everybody. We've got day 10 wrapped up here in Delphi, Indiana. Trial of Richard Allen for the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. Today was a day that really tested the wakefulness of the jurors and really probably most of the audience. Because today was all firearms analysis all the time. We had Melissa Oberg, the state's firearms examiner. And between the direct examination and the cross, she took up the entire day. Now, of course, as an attorney, specifically as a criminal defense attorney, and even more specifically as a criminal defense attorney who has litigated issues around firearms examinations, I know that I experienced today very differently than most of the other people in the audience. So it's going to be a little bit hard for me, I think, to relate to what happened from the standpoint of a potential juror. Just in terms of like processing the substance of what came out today and how the conclusions were made and what we're supposed to draw from it. But I'm going to do my best because today was so technical, very, very dry. I don't think I'm going to go through my notes in quite as detailed a fashion as I normally do. I did still take my very, very detailed notes, but I'm just telling you, like, I got the impression about 90 minutes from lunch the jury was done. Like they'd already gotten whatever it was that they were going to get from this testimony. I was catching people looking at the sky, people with their heads, people like just trying to entertain themselves kind of in their seats. A lot of people turning to kind of start to look at the audience and stuff like that. So I am a little bit, oh, and also lots of people left today. It was a day where, I mean, as usual, of course, lots of people came and we had the same old situation with the crowds and so forth, the line outside getting in and everything. But a lot of people did leave today. And so it just speaks to, I think, the ability to receive the information the way that it was put out. So in the interest of not hopefully putting everybody here to sleep as well, I don't think I'm going to go like line by line quite the way that I usually do. I don't have a real plan for how to do it somewhere else, some other way. But we're just going to give it a try because there was just so much. There's a lot of repetition and just a lot of stuff that seemed not really pertinent and to the point. I will give you my bottom line. I think she was effective with the jury, just on a kind of personal communication level. She's a very skilled communicator and she was a very skilled witness. She's a very experienced witness, having done it. Well, I'll say when I get to it in my notes, because she did tell us specifically. 112 times right there on the bottom of the first page. 112 times that she's testified. So she held up extremely well under cross-examination. And Mr. Rosie handled the cross-examination, did an excellent job, but at the end of the day, it's just sometimes very difficult to put some of the criticisms of what is going on with this type of practice into layman's terms, into things that are just very simple and easy to understand. I also, after hearing her analysis, I had some questions. I'm not a gun expert by any stretch of the imagination, but I have some familiarity with firearms and how they work. And there are certain things about her description of what she did and how she did it that just didn't quite sit right to me. So I'm gonna raise those questions when we get to that point in the analysis. So that's really the bottom line. I felt that she did probably make an impression on the jury. And so they are maybe buying. They are maybe buying that we can say this bullet that was found between this cartridge, this unspent cartridge that was found between Abby and Libby at the crime scene matches Richard Allen's gun. So let's go ahead and get into it then. Before I get started, I do want to mention because I was able, I mean, you can see, I mean, look at me, I've come back to life, and I owe it all to my line sitters. These wonderful folks who have just volunteered their time. They have put themselves out there to sit in the dark and sleep on the ramp outside the courthouse, so that I can get some rest and show up and you know, not as early as you need to actually be assured of being able to get into the courtroom. My line sitter last night also had a particular burden, particular challenge in that it rained last night. We had the rain come through, which I had seen coming on the weather report. Been kind of worried about it. I mean, I figured it was going to probably happen at some point. I went and bought this enormous golf umbrella just in case, you know, things got really bad. So it's sacrifices that these folks are making to help me be here and be able to bring you this information about the trial. So I absolutely want to just give my heartfelt thank you to the line sitters, and mention that if you are interested in being one of them, if that's something that you'd like to do, my angel from heaven who has taken on organizing this process and trying to make sure time slots are filled and stuff. She has set up a link that you can go and click on if you are interested in volunteering, and she can help keep that organized and hopefully running smoothly. So the link is in the description to this video. You might need to refresh if you've been here waiting, because we added it on a little bit late. But it's there in the description, and hopefully one of my mods here, my lonely home mod, maybe might post that at some point. But just can't appreciate what they're doing enough. It really is making a huge difference for me and my just ability to be attentive, keep taking all these notes, be aware of what's going on, come back and communicate it all to you, and you know. It does help me stay positive through this whole process. You know, keep the old mood in the place where it's better for everyone to be. For those of you on the Rosie fashion watch, he was showy today. Not like over the top, not ornate. In fact, Mr. McClelland was actually more showy in the kind of over the top way. Mr. McClelland was wearing this blue and pink and white, not quite plaid, but like a square sort of checked pattern shirt, very loud. Mr. Rosie was wearing, last night I described his tie as kind of halfway between navy blue and cobalt blue. Like it's brighter than a navy, but darker than a cobalt. That's what his suit was today. It was this very bright, very attractive blue color. And his tie was chartreuse with a little bit of a baby blue paisley pattern. It was very, very eye-catching, very noticeable on a white shirt. So that's your fashion watch today for Mr. Rosie, and you got a little touch of Mr. McClelland on that as well. Melissa Oberg, former forensic firearms examiner at the Idaho State Police Lab. Up until 2023, she had spent about 23 years there. Her job is to analyze ammunition components, assess them for class characteristics, and compare them to each other or to firearms. She also does functionality testing, and she does tool mark examination. She does serial number restoration, and she does distance estimation. She does have a scientific background, which is nice. This is, you know, this is a plus. Mr. Baldwin had mentioned in his opening statement that in order to be a firearms examiner, you don't necessarily have to have any kind of scientific background at all. We did go through that a little bit. But in this particular case, she does. She's got a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry, and she has recently obtained a master's, an MS, a Master's of Science in Applied Data Analytics, which she got in May of 2003. And that's what she's doing now. She's doing data analytics. She remains connected with the firearms and tool mark examination community. She's on some committees for AFTI, the basically accreditation sort of organization that we talked about before. They're the ones that set the standards for what the best practices are and how exactly you go about doing this type of examination. She described proficiency testing. We've heard a lot about proficiency testing today. This is a yearly exam that the analysts do. The idea is that it's just to check to see if they are able to reliably distinguish when a bullet, a cartridge, a shell casing, whatever, matches. I should not use these words because they're not technical, but just for lay understanding, basically whether it matches or whether it doesn't. And so it's a process where they give them samples. The people who are conducting the testing know what the answers are, but the analysts do not. So they go through and try to see if they can identify them as a match or exclude them. Otherwise reach conclusions about the materials that they're provided. And so their ability to get the right answer tells you what their proficiency is. So she has passed all of her proficiency tests. She also described a different type of testing that has gone on with this type of analysis, this black box testing that they do. These are kind of similar to the performance evaluation, but they're different in that first they are double blind. The person who is administering the test doesn't know what the answers are. They are anonymous because the purpose of this testing is to get statistical results. It's to get an overall big picture view of how often do people make mistakes in this type of analysis and what types of mistakes do they typically make. So we heard about a lot to do with these black box tests, particularly when we got into cross-examination. But that's kind of the 10,000 foot view of what that's all about. So based on that, she acknowledged that part of the thing with the black box testing and really any of these testing mechanisms is that it's a little bit difficult to apply them to a real life scenario because they're not a real life scenario. For example, you know that there is going to be some answer with what you're comparing in these types of tests. Whereas when you have casework, you don't necessarily know if there's any relation at all between these items, if these items are even going to be things that you're going to be able to work with. So there's just kind of a different set of problems that are presented in real life casework that it's difficult to replicate in a black box test setting. But nevertheless, despite those shortcomings, she has testified that based on these general tests, they have been able to ascertain that there is an error rate of approximately 2.2% when it comes to false positives, and an error rate of approximately 2.7% when it comes to false negatives. So basically, if somebody is examining, doing a test like this, and they say it's a match, that's wrong a little bit more than 2 out of 100 times, a little bit more than 1 out of 50 times. If somebody is saying it does not match, they're wrong about a little bit less than 3 out of 100 times. There's some issues with these statistics, but they didn't come up until cross-examination, so I'm going to leave them till then. She had a very large PowerPoint presentation that she used to outline the basic overview of what this analysis is, how it works, and then moved on into the specifics of this case and how she applied these principles and these techniques to the examination that she did here. This analysis, it is observational. It's based on looking at it and drawing conclusions from it. And the whole goal is to determine, has a mark on a particular item been made by a specific tool? So she broke this down as a tool mark being something that's created when a harder object comes into contact with a softer object. The harder object will then leave an impression on the softer object. And so the theory is that you can match these up. You can look at the impression, you can connect that to the tool that made it, and they should, in theory, line up and correspond perfectly. So that is the process of what they're trying to do, is to match up, to identify what marks were caused by a tool and then match them up to a particular tool that created them. She did point out that manufacturing tools will also leave marks on the tools that leave marks on the other items. So it's kind of a graded process where, you know, from hard to find, the hardest thing is over there in the manufacturing, because it has to be able to mold or move or shape the materials that then constitute the tool. And the tool then has to act on the object to get a reaction from it. And then that will be the softest of all of these things. And so in the case of a firearm, there's a variety of different parts of the firearm that can leave marks on a cartridge, on a casing, on a bullet, on just different parts of a single cartridge. She distinguished between impressed marks and striated marks. Impressed marks are when there's just pressure that's put on a thing and it leaves a mark. And her example is, you put your hand in the sand and you pull it away, it leaves a mark. That's what you're dealing with an impression. A striated mark is typically from a movement sort of process, and so these tend to be linear, like drag marks. It's where potentially something has made contact and then it has moved, and so that movement will tend to leave like a series of parallel lines following the direction of the movement. So some of these examples of parts of the gun that will leave marks: the firing pin, the barrel, the magazine, the extractor, the ejector, all kinds of different parts of the gun. And we'll get into more of that when we talk specifically about the analysis of this firearm. She simplified for everybody. Here's what a cartridge is. These are sort of technical terms when you get into firearms analysis. The entire thing, like what was actually found between Abby and Libby's bodies, this is a cartridge. And so the cartridge consists of a projectile at the end, which is what is technically the bullet. Sometimes people call the whole thing a bullet, but it's really just the projectile at the end that is a bullet. The bullet is held within a casing, and the casing will hold the powder. And typically then at the end of the casing is where you have the primer. And so the primer is what causes the ignition of the powder, which then ignites. It causes an explosion that creates a massive amount of pressure there in the cartridge, and that is what then propels the bullet out of the cartridge and down the barrel of the firearm. So that was just helpful for anybody on the jury or in the audience who wasn't really familiar with what some of these terms are. She described a semi-automatic pistol, which is what Richard Allen's gun was, a Sig Sauer P226, and just roughly how it works. It's a gun that fires one bullet at a time. It loads it from a magazine, and it has a slide mechanism that operates to load a bullet, a cartridge, from the magazine into the chamber of the gun. And then a second pull of the slide is what will then eject the cartridge from the gun. Alternatively, if you fire the gun, the firing mechanism will also operate that ejector mechanism. So as the bullet comes out of the gun, and the ejector will then in the same movement eject the spent casing. The piece of the cartridge that's left after the projectile is gone, it will eject that out of the firearm, and then another another round can be loaded up into the chamber. This particular firearm, the parts that were at issue, that were the ones that were most significant in terms of the analysis that she did, were the extractor, the ejector, and the chamber face. So I'm going to very quickly describe what these are. The extractor is a piece of, it's a mechanism in the gun that serves to basically pull a bullet out of the magazine and load it up into the chamber. When you do that first racking of the slide, it causes the extractor to move in a way that will load that round up into the chamber. The ejector is the other end of this whole action, where when you either rack the slide again or fire the gun, the ejector through that movement will pull or kind of, it can operate in different ways, but it basically is what will push or pull or cause the spent shell casing or the round, if you're, like in this case, it was just ejected without being fired. It's what causes that round to exit the chamber out of the top of the gun. The chamber face is maybe the hardest part to describe. With this particular gun, the way that it works, so the barrel attaches to the chamber. So while the bullet is sitting there in the chamber, the firing pin it comes from behind. When you fire the gun, it hits it, and that the bullet will then go through the barrel. But the shell casing remains in the chamber for it to be ejected. So the chamber face is right there at the front of the chamber. It's basically the part that sits between the chamber and the barrel. And in this particular firearm, the chamber face is kind of a horseshoe shaped. It's a horseshoe with a little bit of a wide kind of bottom at the two points that come down from the top. So these are the pieces that are going to be the focus of her analysis. So in this particular case, we did see, she also demonstrated, she showed us a little video of this cycling action just being shown. It didn't really show the movement of these different pieces, at least not that I could see. There was a guard that was sitting, unfortunately, he had a very big head. And he was tall. He was sitting right straight in my line of view to this video. So I didn't get a particularly great view of exactly what it was showing. But she also demonstrated it with the actual firearm, with Rick Allen's firearm that she had done the testing on. So she did better with, the security, the theater, evidence handling theater stuff. Than Jerry Holman did. But, still a little bit. You put on the gloves and then you handle all the things before you touch the gun. Like, it's just, have some discipline with what you touch when you put those gloves on. Like, this shouldn't be hard. But I'm probably the only person in that courtroom that is even noticing it, let alone having it be a little bit of a hot button issue. So she used a dummy cartridge, actually several dummy cartridges, loaded into the magazine for that gun. Checked it to make sure that it was not loaded before she did anything with it. Loaded the magazine and then racked the slide multiple times to show this action of loading a chamber, loading a round up into the chamber, and then ejecting it from the chamber without firing the gun. She also didn't flag the audience, which I much appreciated. She then talked about what they are looking for when they're doing this type of comparison, type of analysis. They are looking for what she describes as class, subclass, and individual characteristics. Class characteristics are the broad ones, the things that are pretty easy to identify. So things like the caliber of the round. She compared it to, for example, if you were going to shop for a car and you knew you wanted a sedan, that just lets you narrow things down because you can exclude pickups, and you can exclude SUVs, and you can exclude, sports cars. But it doesn't really give you anything particularly, specific. You don't get an individual car, just by knowing that you want a sedan. And so in firearms, this will be things like the caliber, things like the number of lands and grooves that are in the barrel. I'm not going to get too into what that is because we're not concerned with the barrel in this particular analysis. When they're looking at bullets that have been fired, it makes a much bigger difference. But in this particular case, it doesn't matter. It's just a kind of class characteristic. Another class characteristic can be the ejectors, the extractors, the firing pins, the breech faces, the chamber faces, basically the components of the gun, broadly speaking, that you expect to be pretty much the same all the time because of the manufacturing process. So the ejector is broadly speaking going to be the same. It's going to be the same size. It's going to have the same outline. What happens, however, is that it might have specific details on it. And depending on those details, either how they are formed or just part of the process of how they came to be, that can become then a subclass or an individual characteristic. So a subclass characteristic, it's not as broad as these class characteristics. Okay, this is a 40 caliber firearm, semi-automatic, those types of things. Sig Sauer, would be a class. But they are things that she described it as occurring during the manufacture, but not universally. And so it can be a product of certain types of manufacturing processes. She spent a lot of time talking about, for example, milling and mimming, which I hadn't even heard that. I'm not even sure what mimming is. I'm gonna have to look that up. But just these different processes, depending on what is used, that can change some of the finer detail of some of the components in the firearm. And so based on that allows a little bit more, a greater ability to distinguish between classes of the class. So for example, okay, we've narrowed down our class to 40 caliber Sig Sauer. Subclass characteristics might allow us to identify a certain model, a certain, like for example with the Sig Sauer, they have different types of extractors, and so you'll get different extractor marks. You maybe can narrow it down a little bit that way. The individual characteristics are the ones that they are focusing on trying to find, because that is, in theory, what is going to allow them to say, this mark is unique to this gun, and therefore, if that mark can be traced to, if this, I don't want to call it a flaw, like, I don't even know what to call it. It's just a characteristic of this gun that's individual, can produce a mark that corresponds, that we can compare and identify and line those up. Then we know it must have come from this gun because only this gun has this mark. There are some foundational problems with this assumption. This is just part of the criticism that goes into firearms analysis, is the idea that we are able to distinguish these tiny individual differences in a reliable type of way. In a very big picture sense, every single thing is unique. Everything on the planet is unique. Every gun is going to be different from every other gun, even if that's only down to a maybe, you know, microscopic to maybe even like subatomic level, you know, but there is going to be uniqueness there. The question is just how unique is it, because that relates to our ability to be able to perceive it and identify it and recognize it as something that is unique. So we don't really know that. This is not something that has been extensively validated, where, like, for example, somebody has gone out and bought 100,000 Sig Sauer P226s, examined them all, fired them all, compared all of those rounds to each other, and validated this idea that each one of those guns is going to produce a slightly different mark. It's just more of an abstract, theoretical kind of assumption. There has been a little bit of work like that done. My understanding is it's with the Ruger pistol. But by and large, this is not something that is really foundationally established like that. And so that's not how they go about, like, proving that their analysis is correct, or establishing the error rates, or things like that. They have to do that kind of in reverse, by taking the outcome, taking the products, and just measuring the ability to be able to match those up in these closed test types of settings. She had very good, like I thought, very good analyses, very good communication skills. So her characterization of, like, the subclass characteristics would be, well, no, let me take that back. Her analogy for the individualized characteristics would be, like, for example, we had talked about going to get the sedan and how that gives you the class. And then your subclass would be, you know, something like maybe you would pick a Ford over a Chevy, and that would further distinguish it down. Then the individualized marks would be as you're pulling out of the parking lot. Somebody opens their car, you know, opens their door, and they hit your car, and it puts a ding in your car. That ding is going to be unique to your car. It's not something that resulted from the manufacturing process. It's there. It's, you know, is it impossible that there's going to be a mark exactly like that on any other car door? Well, no. But that's essentially what they're working with, is just this idea that things like that will, whether produced through manufacture or through use and wear and tear, will create individual characteristics like that. And then that's what they're looking for, to allow them to compare a particular cartridge or casing or bullet to a particular firearm and say, yes, these came from the same place. She spent some time to talk about consecutively made tools that are manufactured in order, because the idea would be that the manufacturing equipment itself will also suffer wear and tear over time. Just from repeated use, things will naturally change. And so in theory, at some point, what's being produced by this machine is going to start to become different than what it produced initially. And so the question is kind of at what point does that become distinguishable? Does that become material? So she said that in some of these tests, when they looked at items that were made like in the same lot, made consecutively, so the first one comes off the line and then the second one comes off the line, they looked at error rates for those in a black box study, the ability to distinguish between like which cartridge, casing, or whatever came from which one of those consecutively manufactured items. She got an answer that false positives had an error rate of approximately 1.5%, and false negatives had an error rate of approximately 2.87%. I found this result to be a little bit odd, mainly because the way that she had described the consecutively made tools is that this would make it much more challenging for the analyst. This is a harder thing to do because, at least in theory, these things are going to be far more similar than items that were produced maybe 10 years apart. Maybe they've replaced the entire manufacturing equipment by then, and so you'd be starting over with the types of marks that are left in the manufacturing process. So it seems strange to me that the false positive rate for that would be lower than it is for just overall firearms analysis, the comparison of the casings. But that's what she said the study was. It seems inconsistent, but it is, I think, just one study, so. So the exam process she then described, well, let me back up. She first clarified that really the fundamental job of the firearms examiner is to look at the marks on one of these items, tool, not the tool, but the mark that's left by the tool, the bullet, the casing, and be able to differentiate reliably between which of the markings on this are class characteristics, which ones are subclass, and which ones are individual. Because only if you can reliably do that you're going to be able to say it came from this gun and not from this other gun. So then she described the exam process. So she starts by examining the condition of the item. Is it broken? Does it have schmutz on it? What's the various shape of things that you can see, with your bare eyes? Level 2, she's looking at test firing the source firearm and making sure that it functions. She does a functionality examination. She creates a visual image of the inside of the firearm. Didn't really clarify exactly how she does that. She mentioned at one point impressions. So sometimes she might do an impression. Other times she might just examine it. I would think other times she might just be familiar with a schematic, like what the parts are, and from that be able to identify, okay, here's what when we put these all together, here's what the inside of that is going to look like, and then how those parts will translate to put marks on the bullet or on the casing. She uses a comparison microscope at that point to compare her test subject. So in this case, the bullet that was, I'm going to keep using the words wrong, the cartridge that was found between Abby and Libby, and compare that to the test casings. She looks at those under a comparison microscope, which allows her to magnify it. The ones she was looking at today were magnified about 60 times. So it's not like massive, but it's also not, not a small amount. I mean, you're getting an extremely close look at these items. And then you hold them up side by side to compare what you are able to identify then as subclass and individual characteristics. So she's inspected it. She's ascertained, okay, these ones are common to any cartridge or any casing that would come out of this particular firearm. And so a common example with that would be like the firing pin. The firing pin is going to have the same general shape. It's going to land in the same general place most of the time. And so that should be generally common between any gun that's manufactured in this general lot. So any Sig Sauer PP6 is probably going to have the firing pin here. It's probably going to put extractor marks in this general area. It's then refining down the details to the things that will help it become more specific. So, you know, if the ejector pin is made that has a part that will protrude and leave a specific mark, you know, on some models versus other models, then that will help identify the subclass characteristics when she sees that corresponding mark on the cartridge. The individual ones are the ones that are unique to this gun. They're not things that are generally produced in all items that would be fired out of this particular firearm. Only this one. She made a point of emphasizing that during this process, she takes photographs of portions of the microscopic comparisons, but those photographs themselves are not to be used for comparison purposes. She says that these photographs are meant to be merely a memory aid for the analyst because the photograph doesn't capture the entire three-dimensional object that she's looking at. Now, I thought to myself, I don't know why you couldn't just go ahead and photograph the entire 360 degrees of a cartridge or a casing, and then you have it all. The point was basically that she was making was that because these are just partial and they don't reflect everything that the analyst looked at and considered in reaching their determination, that we're not supposed to look at those photographs to check her work or to evaluate what we think about her analysis. And she went as far as to claim that it would be unprofessional, that no trained firearms examiner would draw conclusions about whether there's a match or not a match, an exclusion based on looking at photographs. So I thought that I wondered how that would sit with the jury, you know, because it comes across as you're not allowed to believe your eyes. You have to just accept what I tell you. And that, I mean, to me, obviously being me, I'm just me, but me, if I'm on the jury, that's not going to sit well with me. I'm too skeptical for that. I'm not going to just sit back and accept what you say just because you say it. I want to understand why you say it, and I want to be able to check it. So I did wonder how that would sit with some portions of the jury, but it also, I thought, you know, it was foreshadowing what was certain to come because it had already been hinted at in the opening statement when Mr. Baldwin said, you're going to be able to see these photographs and see with your own eyeballs that these things don't look anything alike. So the level 2 part of the process is the point where they can make their conclusions. The conclusions that they draw in this particular laboratory, this is a 3-point scale. They can identify, they can find it inconclusive, or they can exclude it. And so the identification is basically saying this is a match. It came from this firearm. Inconclusive is I can't tell. It might have, it might not have. You can't say definitively. And excluded is it did not. It absolutely did not come from this particular firearm. An identification can be made, that can be the conclusion, the standard for an identification. This is what I've talked about. This is part of my rant when I talk about the subject every single time. The standard is that there is sufficient agreement between the quality and quantity of marks. Sufficient agreement. In whose opinion? Yours, mine, that examiner, this other examiner's? Yeah, that's the problem. This is a subjective standard, which she does acknowledge. Yes, this is a subjective standard, but it's one that they accept and live with because they rely on this proficiency testing, basically, is validating what they do. So even if we don't have an objective measurement that can be kind of mathematically evaluated in a way like we have with stuff like DNA, we can establish a probability, a likelihood that this is a match or something like that. Acknowledging that this is a subjective determination that's made by the firearms analyst, but they say it doesn't really matter because it works. As long as it works, it's fine. So then we got into the specific analysis that she did in this particular case. We kind of walked through all of the items. There wasn't really a whole lot to go over as far as the condition of the items or anything like that. The item that she's looking at, the cartridge that was recovered, it's a .40 caliber Winchester. It's a hollow point. It was a hollow point bullet. Remember, we asked that yesterday because the one that was found in the Hope box was a hollow point. So this one is also a hollow point. Those are the class characteristics. It had on it 3 ejector marks and 3 extractor marks. It also had a variety of other marks on it. The significance of 3 extractor marks and 3 ejector marks is it means it was cycled through a firearm at least 3 times. The firearm only has 1 extractor and 1 ejector. So to get 3 marks, those operations had to take place 3 separate times. We, after she told us, this is, this is where I lose my mind a little bit sometimes with some of this kind of evidence. After she told us that the photographs of the microscopic comparisons, they're just a memory aid. They're not for any of us to use for comparative purposes or anything like that. What do? They choose photographs to display, on on their PowerPoint to everybody to show us, what she was looking at and what conclusions that she drew, based on what we saw. So it's just, this whole thing is really having it both ways. You're going to be able to use these to try to show, look, you can see where these lines line up between these two things or whatever. This is what I was looking at, but you can't look at it with your own eyes and decide for yourself, do these things line up? She started by talking about the very first item that was submitted. So the first items that were submitted on February 17th, 2017, first is when she received the first, the cartridge that was found at the crime scene. But they also received that same day a Glock Model 22 Smith & Wesson. I'm not 100% sure whose gun this is. I recall that early on in the investigation, there was a search warrant for Ron Logan's property and a firearm was recovered there. Ron Logan is who owned the land where Abby and Libby were found. So he was, I think naturally kind of one of the first people you would go talk to and try to figure out if he has any involvement in it. There were some issues with him having asked somebody to fabricate an alibi for him at the time that the crimes took place. That's not good. That tends to make a person look suspicious. And so based on that, they followed up with further investigation. This was part of it. They compared his gun to that cartridge. So we got to see that analysis. Her process was she did the comparison that she described. She said that there were no significant class characteristics that were shared. There were differences in position of the ejection marks and in their shape, and there were no individual marks that could be connected. Nevertheless, she could not exclude the Glock as being the source, of what cycled this particular cartridge through it. The next submission that she got was February 27th and February 28th of 2017. So 2 more guns that they got very early on in the investigation. One was a Smith & Wesson model M&P 40 caliber. The other was a Sig Sauer P229. I remember hearing testimony about comparing Max Weber's gun to the cartridge. And Max Weber is the gentleman who owns, or I think at the time, owned the home at the end of the driveway that we heard about that goes under the Monon High Bridge. So you follow that access road to the driveway all the way to the end. We got to his house and his property where some of those first responders had gone and done some searching throughout this process. Her findings on the Smith & Wesson was that she could not exclude it, and her finding on the Sig Sauer was inconclusive. Now, this confused me a little bit because technically all of them are inconclusive. You know, if you're not identifying it as a source and you're not excluding it as the source, you're saying I can't say. So can't exclude is inconclusive if it's not an identification, which is not. So all 3 of these are technically inconclusives. It's just that for some reason she put different words to those different findings. So 3 firearms that they tested in the very, very early days of the investigation that they couldn't say the bullet came from it, but they couldn't say it didn't. She now switched to talking about the difference between marks on a fired round versus marks on an unfired round. She says that sometimes they will be different and sometimes they will not be different. The main difference is that the firing creates more pressure. And so it's the same action, but her opinion, her view on this is that the pressure during the firing is greater, and so that can highlight or draw out some of the marks that you get from specifically to the cycling process. And the idea is just it presses harder on the components because there's greater pressure. Her position throughout this testimony was that because of that, these things are the same. If you have a casing that's on an unspent round and a casing that is on a spent round, the unspent round was loaded and chambered and ejected with low pressure, just normal air pressure setting. The fired round was loaded under normal pressure, but then there was pressure during the process of it being ejected from the gun when the firing mechanism takes place. I question this. I question that we can say that these things are the same. And the reason why is because Now, again, I'm not a firearms expert. There might be firearms experts in the chat here. We need Runkle. Where is Runkle? I need Ian Runkle here with me to go over this. He would have hated today. He would have been miserable with today's testimony. I would love to have his help with this. The reason why I suspect that saying these things are exactly the same is problematic is because putting the cartridge under pressure, that causes the shell to expand. It causes the shell casing to expand. There's gases released. This is, you know, the gas pressure is part of what creates the powder can be ejected from the end of the gun. That's what can create stippling and things like that. This is a high pressure that causes the shell to expand. Now, how much does it expand? That I don't know. But any expansion is different. It means it's not the same. And so when I'm thinking through what does this mean in terms of how would this affect the marks that are made and our ability to compare them, the shell casing that's been fired is going to be ever so slightly larger than the shell casing that was not. It's going to have a wider diameter. It's going to have a slightly larger circumference. And if it has a slightly larger circumference, then it shouldn't line up exactly with the cartridge that was unfired, right? It should be slightly off because it's the same marks on a slightly bigger item. It didn't come up. So maybe I'm wrong, and maybe that's just a dumb idea to even have. I don't know. It seems sensible to me. Maybe it's just that the expansion isn't enough, that there would be a discernible difference between the two, you know, and a difference that we would be able to observe. If it's not an observable difference, but philosophically on an abstract level, we know it's going to be different because of just the physical properties here. Does that in and of itself, you know, sort of call this firearms comparison stuff into question? Because we are de facto saying we can't see any difference between these things, therefore they are the same for purposes of doing this analysis. They're not the same, and it would be unfortunate if we were concluding that things that are actually different are in fact the same because we're just not able to examine it at a level of detail that enables us to be able to identify those differences. So that was a big concern that I had about this method that she used, comparing a cycled cartridge to one that had been fired on the assumption that they were the same thing, because they seem to very much not be the same thing to me, and they seem to be not the same thing in a way that would change the characteristics of what it is that you're trying to compare. The third submission, this was very interesting, just as a little bit of an aside. Runkle says send him a link. Yes, okay, we should try to send him a link if that is at all possible. I would love if he could come in. He will tear his hair out and scream and be upset and maybe not sleep tonight. The third submission was very interesting, not for any analytical reasons or anything like that, but just in terms of case information. Submission 3 was bags of water and 3 guns. These guns had all been found in the water. Many of them, they were seized. All of them were seized up. Some of them had, you know, shells and I'm assuming she means like barnacles and gunk, you know, stuff like that. These had been in the water. Didn't know what water, because she doesn't know. She didn't do the collection. but I have to assume they pulled four handguns out of Deer Creek when they just at some point in this investigation, and then sent them off to try to test. That's a lot of guns. That's a lot of guns in this creek. That really seems to speak to how many guns are present in this area. And after the state has very, very carefully and emphatically made the point that, oh, we would totally expect to see hunting rounds out here because we've seen the deer stands and it's great deer country and all that stuff, but a handgun round would be unusual. There's like everyone and his son lost a handgun in the creek. And these are just the ones that got lost, you know? How many handguns have you lost in a creek? I've never lost a handgun in a creek. Like, what percentage of handguns in the area actually end up getting lost in the creek? It's probably tiny, right? It's a small amount. So that I found a little bit amusing because it did seem to undermine this point that, like, you know, what, hunters don't also carry firearms or carry handguns, fishermen don't carry handguns, hikers don't carry handguns. Handguns seem to be, I mean, guns in general, I'm getting the impression this is a very gun-friendly state. So she went through and tried to restore those and get them restored to functionality, but ultimately none of the firearms that were recovered were .40 caliber. So basically they could all be excluded. They are not the same class. They are a smaller caliber, or just a different caliber than the round that was found between Abby and Libby. Submission number 4 is where we got to Richard Allen's gun. So submission number 4 included the Sig Sauer P226. That's our specific model that he had. Unfortunately, there's like varieties of P226, you know, different models of the model. And I don't know specifically which one. They didn't tell us which one he had. There's also been some different characteristics of the P226 over the years. For example, it's had different extractors over different periods of time. And at least this is what I read on the gun forums. And so we don't know. We don't know specifically which one it is that we are dealing with him in this particular situation. We got the Winchester 40 caliber cartridge, the one that was found in the Hope box, as they described it. We got the one Blazer 40 caliber cartridge that was found in the closet. And then we got the 2 magazines that were full of the 40 caliber Blazer ammunition. So there's a class characteristic difference right there. The Winchester manufacturer versus the Blazer manufacturer. You can look right at those Blazer rounds and determine they are not the same as the Winchester rounds because they are made by a different manufacturer. So part of the identification, the initial examination process of this firearm is going to be examining it, right, and getting some of the information on it, which is going to include a serial number. I would have thought that a serial number could be used to track the manufacturer date of this firearm. Like, there's some system for how the serial number is produced that would allow us to be able to trace back, identify when this particular gun was manufactured. Despite that, she testified that she did not know when this firearm was manufactured. So that is part of the problem we have with trying to go and look at, like, just find online like schematics or diagrams or whatever of the particular firearm that he had so that we can analyze it, because we don't actually know. We don't know if this was like the high-end model. We don't know. We don't know what year it was. So possible variations in there that just based on the information we got here really aren't able to distinguish between. She took a little sideline at this point into talking about longevity studies. And so what this is looking at is the persistence of marks from a particular tool over time. And again, the idea is that over time from repeated use, a firearm, or really any tool, it's going to change. It's going to take on wear and tear. And so the parts that would create those marks will wear down. And then the idea might be that they would produce less distinct marks over time. So she described a study that was done by a law enforcement agency over a long period of time. It was the ISP. It was she called it a 10,000 round test. So every 10th round for X number of years, the officers would fire it into a barrel, and they would collect those and then compare them so that they could see over time how did those marks hold up. And so she said, typically, she said you might be able to identify the firearm to the round, for quite a while. But over time, you might get some dropping out of some marks or some loss of detail of some marks or something like that. And that it's usually, according to her, not going to be an issue with a couple thousand rounds, but we really don't know. How many rounds does it take before you start to not being able to see the marks again? From my perspective, quantity-wise, there is 1,000 rounds doesn't seem like a lot to me for somebody who is like a hobby shooter, if that's a thing that you do. Hang on just a sec. A box is 50 rounds. It's very common if you're going to like go to the range and shoot your gun, you're going to shoot at least a box. You might shoot a couple boxes. So 100 rounds every time you go to the range. You shoot 100 rounds 10 times at the range, and there are people that are at the range like a lot. So the use of 1,000 rounds to me did not, I mean, that seemed like a small volume of firing that we would be talking about here. If you shoot a lot, I mean, I could see very easily in a year, 10,000 rounds. It doesn't seem infeasible to me at all. She said it also depends on whether you clean the gun, your cleaning practices, whether you use a bore brush, whether you use any kind of chemicals or any kind of corrosive, whether there's anything corrosive that's used. I'm trying to get Jeff to send Runkle the link, because yes, we know he has thoughts. I see you, Ian. Oh, you are going to tear your hair out and and lose sleep when you hear about what we endured today with the firearms analysis. So I'd love to get him on. Please, Jeff, if you can, get him the link. That would be great. So she first examined the firearm, the Sig Sauer. She found that there was nothing broken. She found there was some orange substance on the breech face. She thought that was possibly from firing a particular ammunition or from a breech face sealant. In the 10 minutes or so that I had coming into the screen before I came onto the stream, I had just a couple minutes to look around at the gun forums and stuff and try to make sense of a little bit of this information and some of my details. And one of the things I saw is that something that people will do sometimes with this firearm is they will switch out the extraction spring, and there it's like they describe it as an orange spring, and so that's not really the right. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that could be the cause of it or not. It stood out to me because, hey, we're talking about extractors and that's in this general area and it's orange. So maybe that would be it. I don't know. Her theory was just it was probably from something specific he had done with using this firearm. Did not make any note of anything orange on the cartridge. Like, we didn't hear anything about that. So in that respect, it's not like there was a transfer or something like that. She again reiterated before we look at the photographs that they're just to help her remember. They're just to help her her recollection. They are not to be used for comparison purposes. That they're not allowed to do that. Sometimes in limited cases for verification processes, she said it's possible, and that there's at least one lab that will do that, but their lab does not. So she was very emphatic about that. We should not look at the photographs with an eye to questioning the conclusions that she drew. And then we looked at the photographs. So she showed us several. What she was looking at specifically was ejector marks that were on the rim. Like I mentioned, the extractor had left some marks, and then she described the chamber face as having left some marks. And she just basically showed us photographs of the side-by-side comparisons of different parts of the cartridges. There he is. There
Hello.
He is. The man of the hour. We have been waiting to hear what you are going to think of this.
Well, I can start off with 1,000 rounds is nothing. If you are like
nothing.
If you're a serious shooter, you're buying your rounds not by the 50 round box. You're buying them by the crate. Like if I so like I have about 3,000 rounds of 223 right now.
Mm-hmm.
And the thought when I looked over that was I should buy more 223. Like, because I shoot a lot of it.
Yeah.
In terms of 9mm, which is what I shoot more like as a, it's my handgun round that I shoot a lot of.
Sure.
I've got more than 3,000 rounds easily of that. And so I'm just like, every time they say, oh, somebody has 1,000 rounds, I go, only? Like,
so this idea that 1,000 rounds firing it through probably isn't going to be enough to change like the characteristics of the tools inside the firearm or the barrel characteristics or anything like that. That seems like a real no-duh to me.
Well, the thing is it's actually unclear because sometimes like wear isn't even. It isn't like it's every time it wears the same amount. And so sometimes what's seen is like, a small number of rounds can change the tool mark analysis as opposed to a lot. But the other problem that this is it's hard to tell whether that's the actual rounds doing it or whether it's just the tool mark analysis is kind of, what's the word? I'm going to be respectful of your stream and say dog crap.
Ian, I was so excited to see you that I jumped right into it, and I didn't introduce you, or I didn't ask you to introduce yourself and your experience with firearms, why this is a particular issue that makes you such a great contributor on this particular subject.
So I do criminal defense and firearms law. I am a total gun geek, which means I just, whenever there's firearm cases, I read them. I read, expert reports. I read all of these things. And it's so frustrating as well because often there's a ton of experts who are willing to testify to things that are just wrong. and just BS. And so that drives me nuts.
Yeah.
You'll see the experts, sometimes experts will say, okay, there's so much, um, this person has so many rounds. You'll see it on self-defense cases. The things that
Mm-hmm.
just drives me nuts is that every single kind of ammunition you use is aggravating. It always makes things worse. So
Mm-hmm.
if you use, ball ammunition, they'll say, oh, isn't that the same kind of ammunition that the military uses? If you are using, hollow point ammunition, they'll be like, oh, they were using ammunition that's designed to be extra lethal and that's banned by the Geneva Conventions.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. And people are saying there's an echo. Yes, it's not on my end, I'm afraid.
It is.
Andrea,
It is. I think on my end, I did try to put echo cancellation on. The issue is I don't have headphones here, so I'm trying to use echo cancellation. Hopefully, that is making it better.
yes, it
So
is. So
I've already gone over kind of the some of the 10,000-foot view of what's wrong with firearms comparison as a science. It's just its lack of validation. It's subjective. The standard itself is sufficient agreement. In whose opinion. Uh, but I would like your view on one sort of technical question I had about this particular comparison that she did. So, you may know what we're dealing with in this particular case is we are attempting to compare a round that has been cycled but not fired to a particular firearm. So, as you know, what that means is that we have kind of limited markings to be able
yeah,
to work with. We have,
no bullet striations, which is the usual big things. They're just going to be
yes,
looking at extractor marks. They're not even going to have a firing pin mark.
yes,
Um,
correct.
yeah.
And here is an added wrinkle. So, this analyst, when she was doing this comparison, she first cycled through some test rounds that were similar, similar ammunition to our subject cartridge here that we're comparing. She cycled them through the firearm, and they did not produce marks that were too faint, so she wasn't able to compare them. So what she did then is she went ahead and fired a bunch of test rounds, and she used those to perform her comparison. Her theory is that this is valid because the marks are the same. The only difference is that there is greater pressure, and that would cause the marks to be imprinted a little bit more deeply. You'd get a better impression that way. My concern is this,
That's
Ian.
exactly the problem, though.
Tell me if I am way off base. My understanding is that the way that a cartridge works, when the firing pin hits the primer and it ignites the powder, that creates an explosion and it causes the shell casing to expand. And so these are not going to be the same thing.
Can I
Even
step away
I
for?
don't know how much
Oh
the
wait, I don't think I
expansion
have.
is, but
I don't
ever
think I
so
have to step away,
slightly,
but
the one that's fired is going to be slightly larger than the one that's not. And so the medium that is receiving the impressions, it's going to be different. So they should look different. Am I way off base in this?
you are not off base at all. Let me show you a picture here. I'm just going to share my screen just to show you an image here. So there, I've got it shared. You'll have to pull it up. This is kind of an extreme example, but it's so you'll have to
Let
add
me
to
pull it up.
stream the yeah.
Yes, there it is.
It's kind of an extreme example, but it's an example and it illustrates what these are. These are 30-30 rounds that were fired out of a 410 shotgun, which is not the gun that they're supposed to be fired out of at all. And so what you can see is that they were actually bulged outwards by the by the pressure, and in fact the brass split. So the pressures can be substantial. There's actually, if you look at, there's what is it? 6.5 by 284 Norma and 6.5 by 284 Lapua, which are very similar cartridges. One of them is just a tiny fraction larger than the other. And if you fire the smaller one and you reuse the case in the larger one's gun, it can only thereafter be used to reload for the larger one because it actually forms the brass. It's literally called fire forming. And so you are actually reshaping the brass a little bit each time. You cannot there's a limit to how many times you can reload the, brass, because it will eventually fail. It'll eventually break. So it's not, I would say that, if I was the judge and they said, oh, well, we're going to compare, fired to cycled, I'm like, no, that is not a valid comparison. You cannot put that in front of a jury because those are such different things.
Yeah,
you gotta compare cycled to cycled.
It was wild to me to hear this, and so part of the point that I made was like, if for firearms analysis purposes these things are exactly the same, that kind of undermines the significance of saying that something is the same in firearms analysis.
Absolutely. And it's shocking to me because the cycling is exactly the same as or it's way easier than firing it. You actually need a firing bay and all of this stuff to fire it. It's so lazy. What happened here, if they're using fired ammunition, it's just we did some test firing and then we didn't want to bother to cycle around through it, or we just never actually did it, and we are now trying to, I'm guessing it was day of trial. They're like, oh, maybe we should have done that, but we didn't do that. So
it's almost maybe worse than that, Ian, because they did do that. They did do that. And the problem is it didn't create the same kind of marks, the same impressions that the original cartridge had. The original cartridge produced distinct marks that they would be able to compare. The ones that they cycled through for the test were not sufficiently distinct for them to be able to compare. So that's why they then fired it through, to say the marks will then be more distinct. Isn't that crazy?
You've got to say that's a mismatch. These two things do not match. You can't just edit your test. Christ. It's like, we did a test for Ebola in this one person, and then it came out as negative. So we decided to throw some Ebola in there to see if it would match. And now it's positive.
And now it
clearly, is. And it's like, no, you have to. Oh my God, that is so.
It's really wild. It's really wild. Okay, so here's another technical issue I had. I'll get down to kind of the bottom line. Obviously, she identified this cartridge as having been cycled through Richard Allen's gun. This cartridge that was found at the crime scene in between the bodies of two dead girls. She identified it as having been cycled through his gun. She based that
after she did the effort to throw out the test that showed the opposite.
Yes, exactly. And so she based this on similarities in the markings in the ejector, the extractor, and the chamber face. Now, here's my other question that I had, because the chamber face has me super confused. These markings are on the casing of the firearm. The chamber face sits at the very end of the chamber, like as you're transitioning into the barrel of the gun. And so if a cartridge is not fired, it seems to me it should not ever enter the barrel. It should not pass the chamber face. And so even if there was maybe a little bit of a it pokes out a tiny bit or something like that, and enough to catch the bullet as it's being ejected, it should hit the projectile. I don't see how it could get anywhere near the casing.
You don't normally see chamber face as a you don't normally see chamber face as a point of comparison. It's very odd, and there should actually be clearance, not a lot of clearance, but there should properly be clearance between the case and the chamber face. They shouldn't actually be intersecting in an unfired projectile. So this is, to me, a bit of a problem, because either this gun is defective in some fashion, like that it's not, this is like, the head spacing. Maybe they're talking about, like, are they instead talking about the breech face? I saw
She is
somebody in chat saying.
not talking about the breech face. So she very specifically, she identifies it as the cartridge, or as the chamber face. She shows us the picture of it in the gun, and where it sits and everything. And so in this particular, this is a Sig P226, and so in this particular gun, it's like a horseshoe shaped piece that just sits right there at the top. It doesn't entirely circle the barrel, but it kind of comes down, maybe 3/4 of the way. And her explanation is that it comes to a kind of a small point at the end, at the base of this horseshoe, and that would potentially be the source of individualizing marks on this particular cartridge.
It shouldn't actually intersect like that unless they've got the head spacing wrong of the firearm.
I thought I was going crazy. I couldn't make sense of this because it should never, it won't eject properly if any part of that cartridge is entering into the barrel. It's gonna entirely mess up the action.
Yeah, it's yeah, and this is making me uncomfortable.
The only way I could really reconcile it is because we know that this is a Sig P226, but we don't know exactly which model or what year or anything like that. And I know that
but there have been 40 I'm seeing.
Yes, it's a 40 caliber.
See, I wish YouTube allowed firearms on a live stream, because right? I have a 9mm P226 and I could just go get it.
Oh, YouTube can't have nice things. Well,
like I just go get it and pull out a 9mm cartridge, look at it through a microscope, and sadly, I should get like a USB microscope that I can connect up. But awesome. And like look at it and be like, do I see anything? And then put it in and be like, do I see anything? Does this change anything? Because yeah, it's I don't think, that seems really weird to me.
The only explanation I could think of is because I don't know exactly what the ejector mechanism is on this particular firearm. And so I don't know if it's one that might push it forward a little bit just through the process of the ejection, to where like it might maybe connect a little bit with the chamber face. But that still seems like that would be an extremely poor action, because it should sit entirely within the chamber and never interact with the barrel at all.
Well, and the thing is that the, at the sort of, entrance to the barrel there, at that sort of, it should actually be narrowing down a little bit less than the size of the actual bullet. So it shouldn't be able to push through with the ejector, because what pushes it through is the force of the gunpowder. Yeah. The ejector shouldn't really be able to do that, because it would, like, none. This doesn't make sense to me. It's just, now, I mean, I would maybe, I'd want to go and actually, like, what I'd want to do is get an expert here and get a bunch of SIGs and have a look at it. But the other thing is the ejector on it. I can pull up I'm trying to find a picture of the ejector in its sort of position, or better, if there was an ejector like in operation, like, a slow motion camera. I really want to buy a slow motion camera, by the way, but they're expensive.
They are
They're
expensive.
the latest model of the cheapest manufacturer out there is like a $20,000 US item.
Wow.
So I want one real bad, but they're super expensive. But
for most purposes, yeah, just do your film and slow-mo it in production if that's going to get you what you need. I realize it won't in all situations, but yeah, it's a lot.
Won't for stuff like this of like
Yeah.
showing the ejector in operation. But the
Yeah.
ejector shouldn't be pushing forward. It should be pulling out. And it
Yeah.
should that doesn't make sense to me. It's it's I don't see how, but it's like I'd want to play around and find out if maybe I'm wrong, but it just seems so wrong.
Well, I appreciate that my instincts are not way off base, and that while I am certainly nowhere near a gun expert, I'm also not an idiot. And because
it's not
these didn't make sense to me. Neither of these parts of the analysis made sense to me.
The dirty little secret of the of all of this is the ejector doesn't pull, the extractor does. Yeah, sorry. I'm confused. I got the two words backwards. But extractor is to pull it out of the actual thing, and ejector is to fling it out, further. And so the reason why you need both is you got to actually, pull it out of the
magazine into the chamber and then pop it out of the chamber.
No, the out of the magazine is done by by other bits, but it's got to pull out of the chamber and then it gets kicked away. And so when you see it like flying away, it's because it's been kicked by the ejector. Okay. So yeah, all of these things leave marks, all of them, but the question is, can we actually match these marks sufficiently? But yeah, the extractor shouldn't be pushing it either. None of this should be pushing. It's it's all a pull, right? It's all out. So I don't but now I want to do the experiment. So I guess later tonight I'm probably going to be sitting there with like a microscope and a and my P226 just to be like, so let's see this. Yeah. I don't and I really don't like the difference. Like the
we're gonna be very fascinated with your results.
Well, I mean, I've got I have an airsoft that I use to like show handling and so forth. But when you're sitting there and you're like physically pulling it back, like you're, racking the slide like that.
Yeah.
The speed is so much less than when you're doing it by firing the gun and that it bounces, right? So when you pull the trigger and it kicks back at speed, then that's a that's a big deal. DB is saying, Runkle just flagged me. It's okay. It's plastic. And it also doesn't work. And also you're not here. But
So one of the other things that this analyst said is that part what they're trying to kind of sneak in as their explanation for why this particular firearm produced different quality marks from the same action from the cycling is that it could differ depending on like how hard you rack the slide. Does that seem credible to you?
I mean, yes.
Okay.
But also you're not going to rack it hard enough to match. Like, what kind of monster is this guy? Is he like Andre the Giant that he's able to?
He's 5'4". He's like a tiny little man.
So, like, we're not accomplishing gunpowder speed here.
No.
Like, and I'm sorry if the issue is that that you're worried about how fast he's racking it. The answer isn't to fire it. The answer I would take would be to hook it up to a machine that could pull at different speeds. And then you could just be like, I'm going to try this at every speed from like, you know, whatever to whatever, like all the way up to full firing speed. And we're just going to have it in a vise and we're just going to run, like, we'll run 5 rounds through at each speed and we'll compare and we'll see how those different speeds match. And okay. So, and, you know, they've said that it doesn't change from thousands of rounds, which again is a big maybe, but and also those studies are bad. And
it's one of them. It's like one study.
Well, the problem with those studies is that they're also not double-blinded and they have no foils.
Yeah.
So it's literally just you ask a person who already knows what the correct answer is if they can still get the correct answer. And it's like, well, no shit. They say yes. Whereas if you wanted to do an actual proper study, what you would do is you would have what I would do is contact like Sig Sauer and say, hey, I need, I need 100 guns and I need them to be sequential serial numbers off the same production line, like off the same production run. I need the guns that were made in order off this one line. And I'd get 100 guns and I'd fire one shot through each of them. And the first test would be, can you match every bullet to every gun? We got 100 guns here. Can you, and what is your accuracy on this?
Yes.
And, can you match everything up?
Yeah.
And then I would take each gun and fire, 100 rounds through it, then 1,000 rounds through it, and whatever else. And from those, get match sets of like, here's at 100, here's at 1,000, here's at 2,000, 3,000, etc., all the way up to 100,000, right? And you might say, okay, we're going to clean it every 100 rounds or whatever, just to make sure that you're maintaining a consistent pattern of cleaning. And then you'd say, okay, at each level, you have to match to all of these guns. Can they do that? Can they match? And then we'd ask questions like, can you match the round fired as the first round to the round fired at the 10,000th round? All of that would be, all of that would be super helpful.
Ian, how do we get you funded? Like, somebody needs to do this study.
The thing is I don't even know if it would be possible, because like if I contact Sig Sauer and I'm like, I want 100 handguns, they're going to be like, well, that's a big ask.
They're like, hello, Department of Homeland Security.
and also I need 100 handguns to undermine government testimony in court cases. They're going to be like, So, I don't know. I'm gonna be at SHOT Show in January. I might ask some gun companies just to be like, so are you interested in this? Are you interested in all of this? And can we check? And I think a lot of them would be like, no, we're not interested in any kind of test like this. But all it needs is one.
Yeah, exactly.
So
exactly. Well, we had already talked a little bit about, the error rates, the black box testing that they've done to get the error rates. And, so we talked about the problems with just it's the test format, and you already know, you're being tested and that there's an answer and so forth. We haven't talked about one of the big problems with this black box testing, which did come up in the testimony today. So the error rates were roughly, just over 2% for false positives, just under 3% for false negatives. But that is only if you don't count anything that they say is inconclusive. They don't count inconclusives. They just throw those out of the calculation altogether. And so in the studies where they include, you have the option to be able to say, hey, I don't know. I can't tell, if it's one or the other. And it's, you account for that, then the error rates are more like 30%. Like they're significantly higher, where like 1 in 3 times you're getting this stuff wrong.
And that makes it a lot harder to say that this is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And
that's why I love your study design so much. I love this idea. Like, yes, you do. You have, for this to be valid, you need to be able to match every bullet to every gun. No inconclusives, because we know all 100 of these came from 100 firearms. Like, there are matches in here, and you need to be able to spot them.
The other thing I'd do is, if I was doing this as a test, I'd be like, we're matching some number of guns up to 100.
Yeah.
Here's 150 rounds.
Ooh.
Some of these, the answer is obviously no. Like, some of these, the answer is it matches to nothing.
Oh, you are an evil genius.
Well, the thing is you've got to build it such that people can't do it by luck, and people can't do it by exclusion.
Yeah.
Yes. But what ends up, the way they actually end up doing these things in tests, is that they have their expert, and they bring in a gun, and they say, this is the murder weapon. We need you to match these rounds.
We need you to match it. Yes.
Sure enough, it matches.
Yeah.
And there have actually been some really embarrassing cases where they've said it matches, and then it turns out that it couldn't possibly, because like in one case they said that the gun matched, and then they discovered that in fact this gun had not been sold.
Oh boy.
From the gun store at the time of the murder.
Oh dear.
So if it matched, the only conclusion was that it had to have been the gun store owner who had to have committed the murder.
He's going to help you with this study, Ian. He will be on your side.
But I'm just wondering,
and that, by the way, I mean, that's not unique to the firearm science. That's a bigger problem of the bias that is inherent in some of these more subjective disciplines. I actually had this come up with a DNA case, because the problem is, I mean, DNA we think of as being sort of like the gold standard of being far more objective and stuff like that, but it's not. There's a lot of subjective components to it. And then particularly when you get into things like evaluating mixed samples that have multiple contributors to it, there's judgment calls that go into it and so forth. So I had a case, what happens exactly like you're saying, the state police who works with the state lab sends in their request and gives them the basic information about the case and what it is they're trying to find. So I had a case where a DNA comparison had been sent off to the lab with very minimal information, just evaluate and compare these two samples. Comes back, she's not able to make any determination. Like a year later, the lead detective, who hasn't been able to find any other direction to go with this investigation, he emails the lab supervisor and says, hey, could you take another run at comparing this particular sample to this, particular unknown? Because this is a really bad guy and we want to get him off the streets. Like, told her outright what he wanted the outcome to be. And then lo and behold, he got the outcome. So this is not like a theoretical thing that, it isn't a problem. This absolutely happens. And so with something that's even more squishy, like firearm science, where all you need is to say there's sufficient agreement, and who decides if it's sufficient? I do. You have all kinds of room for it to be outcome driven.
The other problem is just how they go about doing it. And that's because these are almost always cop driven. Yeah. And so the problem that they have is that they like when you look at hair and fiber analysis and how they determine the hair and fiber analysis, was that they essentially went and they pulled hairs from like a car, and then they looked if they matched hairs from elsewhere on that car. And they said, okay, we can match to this car. But that's the wrong test. And what they should be doing is trying to see how many exclusions they can make.
Yeah.
And the problem they're making, the error they're making, is actually illustrated by something called the Wasson, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, selection task. And I pulled up the image on here off of Wikipedia. So what this task is, what this challenge is that you're given a rule that says all cards with an even face have a blue back. And so the question is, what cards do you have to turn over in order to test that rule and determine if that is a true rule? So it's if the card shows an even number on one face, then its opposite face is blue. And people get this one wrong all the time because they don't understand the basics of logic. In order to test this, there are two cards that have to be flipped over. The first is the 8, because we have to see if it's got a red back or some other color of back, then we have disproven the rule. But the other one we have to turn over is the red card to determine maybe it's got an even card on it. Those are the ones that test the rule. The problem here is that we get people who just want to turn over the blue card and the 8 to see like if they can do the confirmation without actually testing the exclusion rule. And so I have this video I want to do. It's kind of a pain in the butt to do because in Canada, they restrict locksmith tools.
Oh, boy.
But I want to do a video where I basically set up a door with a whole bunch of locks in it and have a whole bunch of keys and basically point out, like, if you imagine a thing of where you're testing, like, does this key match a particular door? Well, great. And you try it in the first lock and it unlocks and you go, okay, this key matches this door. But the other thing you have to ask, if this was like a murder trial, is how many of these other locks might it open?
Yes.
Because it might be that it opens 5 locks.
Yes.
And if it opens, similarly, if you find a key like at a murder scene, let's say there's a murder and the murderer left behind a house key. And that house key turns in the murderer's front door. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But how many other doors does that match? Because if it opens every third door or 1,000 doors in the city, then, because maybe you've got a locksmith who's just lazy and he pins every lock to the same combination because he's just lazy and he finds it super convenient. Wouldn't that blow up your case entirely?
Yeah. Well, you would think so. You would think so, Ian. Well, let me tell you a little bit about what we're dealing with in this case, because we have 4 different comparisons, firearm comparisons here. One is an identification, that is Richard Allen's gun. It is identified as being as the cartridge is identified as being fired from his gun. But we have 3 other comparisons that are inconclusive. They can't be excluded. Now, as an operation of logic, if you can identify this one as the source, you are necessarily excluding anything else as possibly being the source. But when you actually try to do that in the real world, you can't do that. And not only, Ian,
God.
this is the bad part. Not only is it like we actually didn't test it against a single other Sig Sauer P226. We tested it against a Sig Sauer P229. We tested it against a Smith & Wesson M&A, and we tested it against some model of Glock. And none of those could be excluded.
Well, no kidding. They couldn't even exclude a completely different gun?
No, couldn't even exclude a completely different gun. And so the way it's so loaded, this whole process. One of the amusing parts of this testimony was that the examiner was saying that in the state of Indiana, she is not allowed to testify. She can testify that she can identify this gun as the source of the marks on this cartridge, but she can't say that that is to the exclusion of all the other guns in the universe. Well, you are just now loading your conclusion then. Like it's just this is a crazy nonsensical distinction that's being made because an identification necessarily
That's the point of
excludes
it.
all of the other guns.
It's like that's like saying I've identified this phone as the phone that that made the call, but it could be any other phone. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is just wild. This has been it was such a frustrating day, Ian, and I'm sure you understand because I know that you have cross-examined you have cross-examined these types of experts. And they are some of the most frustrating people in the world to deal with. Because they will be so slippery about this stuff, and if you, especially like if you aren't extremely well versed in the technology and in the testing and in the background, they are very difficult to pin down.
Let's be direct on what they're doing. They're difficult to examine because they're dishonest. And because they know they're being dishonest. A lot of the firearm experts are straight up dishonest because they're actively pushing for a result. Because if I had something where I said, listen, I've matched it to one thing, but I also can't disprove, like I can't exclude these other guns. What I'd get up there, like they called me up to the stand, I'd be like, so what do you know about these, this bullet? And I'd say, sweet fuck all. I did some tests and
yeah,
I don't know what's going on.
I know that you're right. I know that you're right. I want so much to give people the benefit of the doubt, but like you can't say these things. I just don't know how you can say these things with a straight face.
Say it in court.
I'm calling it an identification, but I can't exclude other things.
And the problem is if you get up in court and you're just like, isn't it true you're just full of shit right now?
Well, he kind of almost did. Like that was that was sort of what cross-examination was like. We had a very, very long cross-examination in this case. I was explaining, we spent the entire day with the firearms examiner. She was done with her direct just about before lunch, but then for some reason they wanted to play us a video, like this bizarre. It was like this old. It looked like a 1990s marketing video from Sig Sauer, where somebody had gone to one of the German factories and watched some of the different parts of the manufacturing process. Like, has really nothing to do with anything in this case.
How were they allowed to play that?
Because Judge Gohl lets the state do whatever they want, and only the defense gets limited by not just relevance and foundation and so forth, but essentially by whatever the state wants.
It's insane. Like, and I don't know if you're following Boone, but Boone just got convicted on second degree.
Second degree?
I knew that was going to happen. I was surprised the verdict that it took them longer than an hour.
Yeah.
But when it came back at an hour and a half, I was like,
yeah,
if they're going to if they're going to come back with a not guilty, it's going to be at least Monday. I see that they excluded Tobin.
They did exclude Tobin. Yes, they did. They excluded Tobin. Now we do still have we have a Dr. Waller, who's also a firearms guy. So it's not like all hope is lost. He's not the metallurgy expert though. But my understanding is he's the AFT guy, and he is going to be able to essentially, hopefully, explain the problems like we have been kind of trying to explain them. And he may have others as well. I mean, he's a lot smarter than I am about this stuff.
I see Tara R has a thing saying, I work at a lab and I've had law enforcement officers ask me to retest because they don't like my results. I go scorched earth on those requests. The answer is the answer, whether they like it or not. If you really want to burn that officer, what you should be doing is submit that letter, like send something in writing back to the officer, CC the prosecutor. Yes. And if you know who they are, CC the defense attorney. Yeah. Saying, I have received your request for a retest. You know, I do not consider a retest to be appropriate. Like
it's unduly suggestive.
You know, it appears that your officer is trying to put his finger on the scales here and is trying to shape the thing to achieve a predetermined result. Mm-hmm. And then once that happens, they have to turn that over to the defense if they want to proceed.
That will be Brady material. Yes, that will be Brady material.
So, I mean, really, that should end the officer's career.
Of course it won't.
Of course it won't. And we've had cases in Canada where there was a case in Canada where they were using digestive timing, which has since been shown to be completely BS. The guy actually had his conviction overturned later when it was determined that yet another forensic science has no actual, merit. Mm-hmm. And the reason why digestive timing is BS is that you actually digest at different speeds depending on what's going on, right? So
makes total sense to me.
When you're stressed, you actually slow down your digestion.
I believe that.
So, because your body's like, we're not going to put all this blood flow on digesting shit. We got to put it to like moving and dodging and figuring out puzzles, like all of the stuff that is unnecessary, like the background stuff, just gets slowed right down, basically nearly stopped. Yeah. So, but he came back with a thing saying, it would have been 8 or 9 hours prior that this victim died. And the police were real upset by that because in order for their theory to work, the victim had to have died between 5 and 5.5 hours prior. It was a real narrow window.
Very
the guy
specific,
has an alibi for before and an alibi for after. And basically he was driving from one place to another. He says he gets stuck in traffic and that's why it takes him a while. They're like, oh, he's doing a murder in between. And that's, and so his initial response was like 8 to 9 hours. And they sent back a thing saying, well, that doesn't fit with our timeline. Isn't it possible that it was actually 5 to 5.5 hours?
Oh,
and so he did a supplemental report going on further consideration. It is 5 to 5.5 hours.
Oh, brother.
And the guy was convicted on that. Like 100% convicted on that. And
Ian, in this case, in this trial, one of the things we just heard, we heard from the medical examiner. We heard all about the wounds that were inflicted on these girls. And so one of these wounds had marks that in the very first report and throughout pretty much most of the case, the medical examiner, I'll call him a forensic pathologist because I don't think they have MEs here. The forensic pathologist, he referred to it. He said it was, it indicated it was serrated like markings. They had scalloped edges. It was the, uniform markings on the edge of the wound. The defense deposes the forensic pathologist, and this is his position at the time. This is like back in February, they take his deposition. In between the deposition in February and the time of trial, he has multiple meetings with the prosecutor. Subsequent to those meetings, he comes into court and he has now changed his position that these are not, because they're not typical serrated edge marks. There's a little things that are kind of slightly off about them. And so he now believes that they may be attributed to the grip of a box cutter. Now, just coincidentally, Richard Allen, as you may know, he was held in solitary confinement in a prison institution pre-trial without being convicted of any crime for nearly 2 years. During this time, he became psychotic, which is documented by, prison psychologists and his behavior and all kinds of things like that.
What happens
and
when you put somebody in solitary?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I think 30 days is like the limit under kind of the, general Eighth Amendment standard. And probably, I don't think most of the world would even tolerate it for that long. He's in it for 2 years. So he starts to confess. The state is making a lot out of 61 times he confessed to committing these murders. He provided all kinds of details that only the killer would know. And lo and behold, what's one of these details? That he used a box cutter.
Wouldn't that detail be wrong, though? Like,
well, not if the ME or not if the forensic pathologist is willing to change his opinion to support your theory. And that's the whole point. Like,
see,
am I to believe that in all of these conversations with the prosecutor between February and the time of testimony, when his opinion happens to change to being a box cutter, that he had never heard, it never was brought to his attention that Richard Allen had allegedly confessed to killing them with the box cutter?
See, under Runkletarianism, there'd be a solution to this problem, which would be we would have this prosecutor and this expert in trial for obstruction of justice.
Yeah.
Because, that's nuts.
It's bad. Like, there's just a lot of bad stuff in this case.
I actually think that experts should be limited, because we basically say that the expert should be provided with all sorts of things, but an expert like an ME or a gunshot testing, whatever, should be limited, and they shouldn't be given access to all of this. If you're going to say it was this kind of weapon, you should do that not knowing a single thing about what was found on the scene.
Yeah.
And you should, it should be that if you can't say that it was a box cutter without having, until you've heard box cutter.
Yeah.
Any idiot can say it's an axe.
For 6 years, it was a serrated knife. And then in the last 8 months, it became a box cutter.
Yeah. And if you can't say that it was a box cutter based on not, any moron can say it was an axe if you find an axe at the scene.
Yeah.
But the question is, what if that's not the murder weapon, right? What if it was this guy's favorite machete? We need the expert who can say it's not an axe. And they're like, well, we found an axe at the scene. It's like, don't care, not an axe.
Yeah.
That's what my test says, right?
Yeah.
And we also need experts who are willing to say, I don't know.
Yeah. Yes.
I also in a perfect world, the in order to bring an expert in for things like bullet matching, it should have to be that they get a different expert, not the one who was part of the investigation, and say, okay, we're going to do a test for this guy. And the defense should be able to say, yeah, and I want there to be a bunch of not the right answer bullets in there.
Yeah.
That he has to match it out of 10 bullets instead of just a 1-to-1 match of the suspect bullet to this another suspect bullet where he knows that there's a correct answer.
Yeah. Are you ready to tear your hair out even more, Ian?
Oh, God.
Would you like to scream a little louder? Let me tell you about this very interesting quirk of Indiana law that I learned about during their motions in limine. So Indiana law has this exception to the rule, the general rule that only experts are allowed to offer opinions about,
I heard about this online and it made me rage.
Yeah, so they have this category of skilled witnesses, and so a skilled witness is basically a lay person, but they just have some kind of additional, special knowledge or something, some special experience that isn't universal, that not everybody has. So, for example, I have more experience in raising bonsai trees than probably the average person in the U.S. does. So I could potentially, as a skilled witness, offer some opinions about bonsai. This came up because the defense moved to exclude testimony from the prison guards who are there guarding Richard Allen from being able to opine that he was faking mental illness, that his behavior was not genuine.
What?
And Judge Gohl would not exclude that. She has held open the door for the state to be able to establish a sufficient foundation to show that these guards are skilled witnesses because they're in a prison and they see a lot of mentally ill people, to be able to offer the opinion at trial that Richard Allen was faking mental illness. Are you ready to scream? Let's scream together.
Delphi defense lawyers, tap me in, because I can be both a skilled witness in mental illness, because I've dealt with a lot of mentally ill people as a criminal defense lawyer, because it happens like all the time. And also, I have fired a gun, so I'm probably now a firearms, skilled witness. And like, I can also be a skilled witness for like walking in snow, or a skilled witness for, like,
it's wild.
This is insane.
It's really wild. It's this. I was trying to like kind of hunt down, where does this come from? How does it work? Is it in one of their rules? No, it's just a judicially created doctrine. It's pretty much like, you can tell it's one of those situations where they had a lay person giving opinion testimony that's not admissible, but they just really, really, really wanted it in. So they just went ahead and said, we're gonna create this whole new category to let lay people give opinions about things that are way beyond their expertise. And in the meantime, we're this one is just what really blows my mind, because
I'm going to use my psychic powers here.
Is a very specific psychological finding. Like, there are tests that even experts, like PhD psychologists, will not make a malingering determination just by looking at somebody's behavior. They will have them do a test in order to make that determination. But these guards are going to potentially be able to waltz in there and say, yeah, he's faking.
I'm going to do, just like using my psychic powers, having no knowledge of this, I am going to make a prediction, which is, in the original case that found the skilled witness, that skilled witness was going to be a witness for the state. That is my psychic prediction.
Yeah, fancy that. Fancy that. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah.
Wow. That is
this one is crazy.
Insane stuff.
It really is. Well, so I'm really glad that you were kind of able to validate me a little bit, and my concerns about this particular analysis in this case. I know that you and I are both familiar with the general problems with the firearms analysis. And so I know you will understand how disappointing it is for me to have to say that I just unfortunately think that this firearms analyst made a very positive impression on this jury. And I mean, she was a very skilled witness. She knows her subject matter. She knows the defenses to these objections. She does this every day in every case, whereas Mr. Rosie, maybe does it every 50 cases. So she's got more experience in being able to navigate the weak parts of what it is. Of what it is that she's there in court trying to do. So in Indiana, they get to ask jury questions. They had a ton of jury questions that they asked in this particular case. I want to get to them in my notes. so that we can see what you make of them. I was alarmed. They struck me as being very, very credulous of all of this. And it's just one of these situations where, I mean, I know a defense expert is going to come forward. And so I'm holding hope out that they are going to clear up some of these issues. Because I would hate for them to rely on this in reaching their decision. But I do. I unfortunately think that they bought it. So the very first question was that question about, can the force of cycling change the markings, change the depth and the consistency of the markings? The analyst answer, yes, not 100% positive that she's cycling the firearm with the same force that Mr. Allen cycled the firearm, and therefore, that could explain why the quantity and quality of the quality of the marks from the test cycled rounds didn't correspond with the sample. Can the marks on the side of the chamber be attributed to the chamber, or on the side of the cartridge be attributed to the chamber wall, the magazine, or keys or loose items in the pocket? She just answered that there are marks on there that didn't look like it was a part of the firearm. Is there a way to determine if two bullets are from the same lot? The answer to that was no. This is an issue because the cartridge that was recovered between Abby and Libby was a 40. It was a Winchester 40 caliber Smith & Wesson. When police searched Richard Allen's home in what they're describing as a hope box, like a keepsake box, they found another 40 Winchester 40 caliber Smith & Wesson round. They're both hollow point rounds. This is like an extraordinarily common round. You and I, like Winchester, you can buy at Walmart. I don't know how common is 40 caliber. I don't really know how common 40 caliber. It seems like it's common around here. Like it keeps coming up.
It's less common than 9mm, but it's very common,
Yeah.
Let's put it this way. They don't chamber like the P226 in like, Irgun Split and Loudenboomer or anything like that. It's not something, so I mean, I don't think that the P226 is even chambered in like 10mm or any of the slightly less less common, but still pretty common.
Even 38, like, 38 and 9mm, what I always think of as like these super most common, things that you find out there. I think you can get the Sig in 9, in 40. I'm sure there's some others, but I just don't remember offhand.
9, there's a couple of odd ones. It looks like they chambered it at some point in 7.65 Parabellum and 9x21 IMI, which are odd.
Weird,
but it comes in 357, it comes in 40, and it comes in 22. Lots of guns have like a 22 version because 22 is cheap.
Yeah.
I see why they do that. So those are weird calibers. Those other ones are weird calibers because there's some countries that don't allow military or police calibers to be used by civilians.
Oh, interesting.
And so they're just specific. There's specific calibers that are designed to be similar to like 9mm, but a little bit different, so that they can say it's not a 9mm.
How funny.
I mean, countries make dumb gun control laws because it's the kind of thing that voters are like, oh, that's a big, thing. And it's like, yeah, the problem is that plenty of calibers that have been adopted by military or police were adopted initially from civilian calibers. So, yeah, I mean, the transition from like, civilian hunting rifle to U.S. or to military sniper rifle was a lot for a long time. But yeah, I mean, they don't chamber it in 45. Certainly not in like 45 long Colt, which would be a common pistol like a revolver caliber, but not common for So yeah, it's a very common like 40 Smith & Wesson is a very common caliber.
So it's just one of those things where it's potentially, of course, just entirely coincidental. But when you that's how cases like this are built. That's how wrongful convictions are built off of minor coincidences like this. And so it's just it concerns me that more may be made of this than potentially should be.
I had a case where it was an SA case, and there was a bunch of things, and my argument was these things, they are suggestive. However, they could all be coincidental.
Yeah.
And like the big thing is that the complainant in that case didn't identify the client on the first run through the lineup. They were given like a photo lineup, and they didn't identify them on the first time. And then they said, can I do it again? And on the second time, they pick out my client and say, it could be him. And what happens if I'm wrong?
Oof.
Which was like, and they're like, well, there's not any consequences to you if you're wrong. And she's like, okay, cool.
Great attempt. Oh man.
But there was other issues, like they found his wallet right nearby. And I was like, here's the problem. We're still within the range of coincidence, because it could be really, it could be that his wallet is there because he was the offender.
Yeah.
Or it could be that his wallet is there because he just happened to have a really bad night and his wallet got stolen and ends up at the scene. We don't know. And what I ended up doing in my closing submissions was to point out, like, here are the famous Canadian cases of wrongful conviction.
Yes.
And a ton of them have these coincidental little matchups.
I always argue that every single wrongful conviction, if you look at the prosecutor's case, if you look at the reason why the jury convicted, they didn't just point at this guy and think, we don't like him, we're going to convict him. They had reasons to think that it was this guy. It's just that they weren't very strong reasons, or they were reasons that turn out to, be invalid after the fact. Like, I mean, not after the fact, but just like all of this junk science and things like that. There's always reasons to think that somebody is guilty that leads to them being convicted, even when they are actually innocent.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, there's always connections, because if there weren't connections, then you would just have then there'd just be no, no basis for it, right? There'd just be no,
you wouldn't get past, you wouldn't really get past charging.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so we take it up to, you take it to trial, and it's like, well, we have literally no information on, suggesting this guy. And I mean, they have run trials like that. And, what ends up happening is they run those trials and they lose. But it's the coincidences and the connections and all of these things that become a big, that really, sort of end up lining this up. Somebody in chat was asking about Guy Paul Morin.
Yes, I'm going to pull that up. I usually leave my super chats to the end, but this one is for you, so I wanted to pull it up. Thank you, Andrea, for your continued excellent coverage of this case. Question for Runkle of the Bailey. Do you think this case has similarities to the famous Canadian case of the wrongful conviction of Guy Paul Morin?
And I mean, the thing is Morin was charged, and it was a horribly gruesome essay and murder of a child. He didn't really have an alibi, because when he was brought in, he basically said, I came home, I had a nap, and then I was like puttering around the house. And so that's not a great alibi. But the police became interested because the neighbors said he was weird. And he gets brought in for an interview. He says some things that aren't confessions, but are like odd. And one of the things he said was that he mentioned that the remains had been found at a particular site. Guess what the police said? They said that that was not public information at the time. It had actually been reported in the news already where the body was found. And so they said that was, the issue there.
Wow.
They got his work records, and his work records had him still at work when the murder was committed, or just before it.
Mm-hmm.
So then they bullied his boss into saying, oh, maybe the time cards are wrong.
Oh boy.
They had expert evidence saying that a hair in her necklace matched his hair.
Oh man.
And that hairs found in his car matched her. And they had hair and fiber analysis saying that fibers on her came from stuff in his house and stuff in his car.
This sounds like a strong case. It sounds like a strong case at face value.
They also said that they had cellmates, jailhouse confessions.
Oh, great.
His cellmate said he confessed. And at the first trial number 1, he is acquitted.
Oh, wow.
But Canada has a different version of the double jeopardy rule, which is that it's only once the matter is ultimately concluded that double jeopardy or that jeopardy attaches.
Oh, so if he's not sentenced or whatever.
Well, the prosecution was allowed to appeal on the basis of jury instructions. They say that the jury instructions were not right. And they bring in a second trial. And at the second trial, they bring in a whole bunch of new information, including people who watched his first trial and who basically testified that he'd been like emotionless at things. Now, Morin was probably autistic. From the descriptions of him as a weird guy and how his like comments were like emotionally wrong at different points. So like it's probably that he was autistic.
Yeah.
And
it's socially awkward. I mean, I remember that was a huge thing in the Amanda Knox case. They didn't like how she reacted. They thought she was acting weird. And so then they started to target her. And then once they start to target her, once the police decide to target somebody, it's very easy to go hunt and hunt and hunt until you can find some coincidences like this that you can then rely on to confirm that hunch that you have.
So what ends up happening in his case is he goes to Innocence Canada and he says, I'm innocent. And they looked at the evidence and they went, okay, we'll take this up. And they basically unraveled the jailhouse informants. They determined that was BS. They looked over the hair and fiber evidence and they were like, yeah, this is all discredited. And they had it all set to go to the Court of Appeal to be like, we're going to argue this. And then guess what happens? Just before they get into the Court of Appeal.
He died.
Nope. Oh. Better. The prosecutor wanted to shore up their case and got DNA evidence.
Ooh.
And the prosecutor was forced to walk into court and say, the DNA evidence, it's not him. And so the prosecutor just said, it's not him. It's like, we have proven entirely that it's not him. And the whole way through, the big draw between the two here is bad science. And bad science continues to be a problem. Like we have seen tons and tons of tests that were once considered the gold standard for testing turn out to be completely horseshit. From digestion that I mentioned earlier,
Mm-hmm.
to bite mark,
Right, Mark.
to, and a lot of these are basically tool mark analysis things, bite
Mm-hmm.
mark, shoe
Feature
print.
comparison techniques, they call those, which incidentally does include fingerprints.
Yep. And it's like all of this stuff along with tunnel vision, where they just
Mm-hmm.
find a guy who they think did it. And once they have that, they stop thinking about anyone else.
Yeah.
And so there have been
And they just start
cases.
looking to confirm that. I mean, they literally start looking to confirm that. I remember that was in the Lucas Anderson case, the one with the trace DNA. This guy is found dead in his home in a robbery. They scrape his fingernails. They find DNA under the man's fingernails. They trace it back to this gentleman named Lucas Anderson. This is the only evidence they have against him, and they use it to base an arrest. There's multiple perpetrators. They do DNA. They're able to identify all of these other perpetrators. They're able to connect all of these perpetrators with each other. But Lucas Anderson is like this one. He's this outlier. He doesn't have a history of violent crime. He's basically a homeless alcoholic that has a record of just petty things, vagrancy and sleeping outside and some petty thefts and things along those lines. So this is like a major escalation for him to be doing a robbery murder. So they can't, and he doesn't have any known connection with the other suspects. So they're hunting and hunting and hunting to try to find, well, how did this happen? How does he fit into this picture? And they eventually find that he was cellmates with a guy who was like a cousin of one of the perpetrators a few months before. And like a week before the gentleman was murdered, he had been in the area where that guy was released to. And so that was enough substantiation for them to, basically decide that's their theory of the case of how it all fit together. Well, then, of course, lo and behold, the case unraveled because Mr. Anderson was who is, like I said, a chronic alcoholic. He had basically drunk himself to the point that he needed to be hospitalized. And he was in the hospital under the doctor's supervision at the time that this murder took place. They could prove that it was not him. So then the question, well, then how did his DNA get under the guy's fingernails? And eventually they were able to figure out that the paramedics who had taken him to the hospital had then gone to the crime scene and recovered the man's body. So that was the likely point where they had simply transferred DNA that they had picked up from Mr. Anderson and transferred it to this gentleman's body in the course of processing it. That's tunnel vision. That's how it works.
An incredible source of like DNA contamination is the police officers themselves, because DNA, people are like, oh, well, how does your DNA get in a scene? And the answer is you don't know, because DNA can end up everywhere. And it's just, oh, well, thank you, Rebby Lee. But, it's, if you go, I mentioned on my stream, I was talking about there's a whole project for like teal lights to let kids know that you've got, allergy-free items to give away. So I got some teal lights to show that, so that, and I got some toys that I can give out. I noted that when I was young, I could be sent to the hospital because I had serious pet allergies if my mom went to a shopping center, touched a can, and then came home and touched me, or like touched something I'd eat or whatever else, right? That could be enough to send me to the hospital. Just that transfer.
Yeah.
I hate your country so much. It's unreal, Runkle. Sorry. I mean, so do most Canadians, so it's all good. But I mean, the police officers themselves walking through the scene after being in a car with the person can move DNA around. The other one is, the paramedics are sort of a known source. Sometimes you'll get pejoratives for the paramedics that the police will use, which is they'll say like they'll call them like the evidence destruction team or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, let's say they found somebody who's being stabbed, who's been stabbed and is going to die, but the paramedics are still hoping that maybe he doesn't. And so they run in, they stand everywhere. They put footprints everywhere. And they start treatment, and they're like opening wrappers up and they just launch like, my wife had a medical thing here. Like she broke her leg in the house and they were coming in, and I was finding like wrappers for stuff like behind furniture, behind whatever, because it's just wrap her off, yeet, and then get to work, because they don't. The point is not to keep clean. So they we have to be mindful of this sort of thing, and we need the other thing I'll highlight is just how much Hollywood is really in on the grift, because they'll put out shows like CSI, which basically presents all of this stuff as magical and infallible.
Godlike.
And
it's godlike.
Yep. And I'm just like, we need shows that talk about this as not so godlike. I would love to see a show that is like, and they occasionally do it where they have like a defense lawyer, but they never really do it. Like, they always fall into the same ethical traps, like the ones of, I only represent innocent people. Well, you don't know when you take the file, right? You don't know. Your client can say they're innocent, and it can turn out later that they're right, or it can turn out later that they're full of crap.
Most of my clients, that have told me that they're innocent, are not in fact innocent. Some of them have fallen on their faces in extraordinary fashion. Like, I will never forget the guy that was literally on video committing the crime right there in our faces, and just is insisting to me it's not him because he's innocent. I mean, no, sorry. That is just one piece of information that I take into consideration is what you say. I have to look at the big picture.
I had a guy who was in my office, and he was telling me that he was, he didn't commit the robbery. He was never there. And I'm just like, hold up, because before you tell me too many things, let me show you the video. And there's the video showing the guy committing the robbery. And the thing about my client is he had a tremendously distinctive facial tattoo all over his face. And it wasn't like a tribal pattern or anything like that. It was super unique and distinctive. And I was like, are we going to say this isn't you here on this video? Because it's you. It is 100% you. And if you're saying it's not you, then we're going to have a rough time in front of a judge. And he's like, oh, I didn't know they had cameras. I'm like, yeah, and you were entirely willing to bullshit me until we saw that. I'm like, let's actually talk about what happened here. Clients say they're innocent all the time. I would love to see one, though, about a defense lawyer who's like going through things and being like, okay. And sometimes just to say, like, listen, the client did it, and the client should still be acquitted, right? Like, show the defense lawyer hero who's actually arguing like the search issue, right?
Yeah, the protect the rights.
Yep. And I've had that issue where it's like, people are like, how do you defend this guy? And I go, well, I don't really care about this guy, honestly.
Yeah.
If he gets convicted or not, whatevs, right? It's my job to get not, but I'm not going to lose sleep over this one. At all.
Yeah.
But
I'm not going to defend it in a way that I won't be able to look myself in the mirror.
Yep, exactly. So it's like, okay, but I'll go in and it's like, why am I defending this guy? It's like, because they searched his trunk for no reason, and I don't want them searching my trunk for no reason, right?
Yes.
The reason why the cops, and the thing is in Canada, our rights document is actually very young. It came about in like 1982, was it? So before that, your remedy for an improper search was to sue the cops.
Oof.
And so you'd still get convicted, but you could sue the cops.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Mm-hmm.
what are your damages? Well, your damages are not that you got incarcerated, because
Yeah.
that's your fault, for doing the crime. Your
Yeah.
damages are trespass
Yeah.
and whatever,
Loss of the property or
whatever.
whatever.
So it would be like you're just sitting there at home. The cops could kick down your door and you could sue them for the cost of the door and like $250 for coming into your house. Well, what does that mean? It means that it puts a price tag on the police kicking down your door. They'd be like, do we want to see inside this guy's house like $1,000 worth? You bet we do. And then they kick down the door and, if
Yeah.
it's the wrong house, they're
Yeah.
like, sorry, buddy, we'll pay for your door.
Yeah. It just
And
becomes a
then you
cost
could
benefit
sue us.
analysis.
Yep. And so they do that all the time.
Yeah.
I want to be able to sit here like, a couple weeks or a little while back, I was sick. I was really feeling like shit. I was sitting in a couch at one point with, no pants on, just feeling like crap, watching stuff on my phone. And I really like the idea that no police officer is kicking down my door while I'm sitting there, like,
it's the little things.
It's the little thing. Like, I just get to sit around and not worry about that, because I know that it's very unlikely that they could, get a warrant for my house. So
Yeah.
cool. I can, and I mean, I piss cops off. I've had cops send me really angry messages. Could you imagine if they don't have any, if there's not that rights protection, that they could just kick down your door just to harass you?
Yeah.
Just, I really think that, I really think it's, so this is why it's important, because what stopped them from doing that was that they'd lose the cases. They'd kick down someone's door, they'd go in, and they'd find the guy's got like 12 kilos of heroin in one room and like 3 dead people in the other room, and like a signed confession written in their blood on his wall with his fingerprints that says, I totally murdered them, and here's the videotapes. And it would be like, and then the government's like, or the court would be like, that sounds like an excellent case you just lost by doing an improper search.
Yeah. Yeah. By just not following the rules. Like you're the ones that are enforcing the rules. It's literally just that you need to be held to the standard that we hold everybody to. That's literally all it is. You have to be held to the same standard as everybody else. And so if you don't follow that standard, then there are going to be consequences for that. And it's unfortunate. I mean, I guess that the only thing that's effective as a deterrent is to prevent them from being able to use that evidence. But the problem is that there just isn't anything else that's really strong enough to prevent them from going ahead and taking the risk, from, like you said, just turning it into a cost benefit of an analysis thing. Well, if I do it, I'll get XYZ benefit. If I don't, it'll cost me this. I mean, and that's not how it should be. That's not how it should be when it comes to things like basic fundamental rights and dignity.
I just, I look at it and I go, there is no other solution, because everything else becomes a cost benefit. You'll even have you'll have police officers who might be willing, let's say you said that if it was found that you did an improper search past a certain level, that, it would ban you from being a police officer forever.
Oh, man.
You would still find police officers who might be willing to do the search on the basis of, I'm going to be the big damn hero.
Yeah.
But it takes away the heroism by saying, if you did the improper search, you get to be the guy who wears that case got screwed up.
Yeah.
And that's what takes away that heroism
Great point.
motivation.
Great point. Great
So,
point. Yeah, the whole ends justify the means argument. You can't take away the ends, you can't just use the ends justifies the means argument at that point.
This is why I would love to see the show I keep hoping gets made is one where they have two writing teams. And the first writing team does the does the police procedural.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second writing team does the trial day. And the trial day, or like the trial movie, like the trial video about it. And it might even be that they're like a season behind. But just like, it'll be like, oh yeah, so the murder weapon was excluded in a motion in limine because you found it by the officer went up to the house and went, did you hear a break and enter call smash? It's like,
yeah.
Oh, well, that was excluded. So all of this evidence is excluded. And then that pointed them to this other evidence, which is also excluded because it's fruit of the poisonous tree. Yeah. And so their case is, Your Honor, here's a dude.
Mm-hmm.
Jury, would he be sitting in the chair if he wasn't the dude? We rest. And it's like, yeah, directed verdict, please. The judge is like, yeah, directed verdict. Why are we here, prosecutor? So, it's
it is true that the crime shows, the stuff that focuses on the justice system and the criminal justice system. It's nearly always, got the pro prosecutorial slant. Like I'm not sure why. I mean, that's our knee-jerk default for what justice is people getting punished through the system. But there's just so much gray area, as you know, and the problem is that often, the lines between who is the good guy and who is the bad guy in a lot of these situations, it can become very blurred. It can become very blurred. I mean, it's very easy to say like, oh gosh, if a murderer gets off, that's a terrible injustice, and maybe we shouldn't tolerate that or something like that. But the reality is, most of the time it's not a murderer getting off. It's like a petty thief getting off because, a police officer did something that's just like appalling, something atrocious, something that they know perfectly well they shouldn't be doing. And so the only reason that you have to let the murderer off is because it's the only way you can deter it, for these other instances where, is it that big of a deal if like a little shoplifter doesn't get popped this time? Nowhere near on the scale as the murderer walking free.
I mean, I had a file where they threw the case out and it was literally shoplifting, to wit, bottle of liquor plus running from police versus getting a serious beatdown while handcuffed.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if you ask me who did the bigger wrong here, it's the guys who beat the shit out of a handcuffed guy, right? Yeah. That I consider to be a pretty serious, crime. Yeah. And of course they never get charged, but it's like, at the end of the day, if you ask me which side should be in jail, I'd be like, the dudes who beat up the handcuffed guy, easy, any day of the week and twice on Sunday. Mm-hmm. If I have to pick. And the sad thing is that we can't actually, none of those cops saw charges, let alone a day in jail. Meanwhile, this guy ends up having to go through the entire trial process. And, and the thing is like I see people in the chat going, does anybody know who did it? I'm like, or does, what do you think about who did it? I'm like, I don't know. I can't watch the trial because the judge has chosen to be super secretive. And
yes, you are not here sleeping outside with us at 2 a.m. In order to be able to actually see what's going on.
I mean, I've done that, but it sucks.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
you shouldn't we shouldn't have to be doing that.
And the thing is like during DEP, people didn't have to. You could watch the trial. People just did it because they wanted to see DEP, or in my case, I wanted to see the jury. That was the big thing, is I can't see the jury anywhere else.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like, you know, here in Canada, if we have a trial that is so big that it's like bringing in a ton of people, what they'll do is they'll end up opening a second courtroom and they'll have it heard in the overflow courtroom. I had an appeal at one point that was coming. I was arguing my appeal just before Omar Cotter was arguing his, and his was huge. So to fit in all the people who wanted to see it, the appeal, they had an overflow courtroom and then an overflow courtroom, all of whom were watching me lose my appeal because I did lose that appeal. It was funny because I went in and I was like, well, I'm heartened. My beginning of my appeal was, I just have to say I'm heartened by how many people are here to see the debate about the finer points of Canadian hearsay law, which at the very least got a laugh out of the judge, the justices and the people who were in this room. Because nobody was there to see me. They were all just like, finish up and go so that we can see the thing we want to see. But, that's how it should be done, is if more people want to see it, we got to get it to more eyeballs, not just be like, sorry, there's only like 8 spots because we're giving them all to the family and to the media. And, oh, too bad, public can't see anything. Like,
yeah, and I mean, it's a situation, Ian, like, just to try to tie all of this together a little bit. I mean, it's because she doesn't want eyes on the case. I mean, it's just, that's become abundantly clear. At some point, the easiest way to figure out what somebody's intentions are is to just look at what they're doing, and so if what you're doing is preventing the public from seeing the case, it's because you that's what you want. You don't want them to be able to see it. And part of the reason I think why they don't want us to see it is because given the treatment that Mr. Allen endured for 2 years pre-trial in this case at the hands of the state, if he is in fact an innocent man, then yeah, all these questions about who is really the bad guy in this situation, yeah, you're going to come face to face with those, and those questions are going to start to be asked, and those fingers are going to start to be pointed. Now, I'm of course a criminal defense attorney. I'm perfectly comfortable saying I don't even care if somebody is guilty; they shouldn't be treated like that, because the whole reason we have a criminal justice system is based on the notion that we are superior to that, we are morally above that. And so when we lower themselves to that level, to lower ourselves to the level of that type of behavior, then we really lose our standing to be able to justify passing judgment and stuff, because now we're just down in the mud with all the other pigs.
And if you punish people before they've been convicted, it is a certainty that eventually you will punish an innocent person.
Yes.
And the thing is sometimes that is even with the best standards from the police and the prosecution. I talk about a case where I had a guy where the complainant positively identified him as the person who SA'd her. She had poor memory, but she said she clearly remembered him like on top of her moving. And the problem is that her memory was actually not him SAing her. The memory was him moving her out of the party and taking her to her house.
Oh boy.
Where he let himself in with her keys so that he could put her in her bed, wait for, just to make sure she wasn't dying, and then leave, dropping the keys through the mail slot. That was what his involvement was.
Wow.
DNA testing 100% cleared him. Like they were just like, oh, right, your DNA is not on her anywhere.
Yeah.
So you're good. I say not on her anywhere that wasn't consistent with things. Like there was DNA, in sensitive areas, and that was not him. Even, and they like did testing for like, skin transfer and whatever else. They're like, yeah, there's no sign that he was there. So they, but the thing is the police and the prosecutors had good reason to think he was the person, right?
Yeah.
They had great reason to think that it was, but it wasn't. And the prosecutors like, oh, it turns out your story of being a stand-up dude is actually a correct story. Cool. Sorry about all of that.
Our
By
bad.
the way, yeah, his name ended up getting printed in the paper for the allegations, and it was not printed for the withdrawal of charges.
Oh,
So,
man. Oh.
he's like, what can you do about that? And it's like, well, the answer is nothing. Maybe change your name because it's gonna suck every time you do job applications. So
Wow.
I think about that guy every once in a while, and I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well,
yeah.
This has been a great conversation. I've really enjoyed it. We're
Absolutely.
still, you know, we're still on short sleep. We're having court on Saturdays. I don't know if you know that. So I am going to have to get up super early tomorrow to make it over, to get in line. So I'm going to go through my super chats. You're certainly welcome to hang out if you want to, but you definitely don't have to. I tried to pull out the ones that were specifically for you.
I'll probably step out just to help you finish them in time so you get some sleep, because I am not good at that. If on November 2nd, you guys are, if you're still, if you're able to get like sleep and have time, I'm going to be doing a 24-hour live stream. But if you are still stuck in lineups, I will certainly understand why you're not able to make it. Because
is this going to be your charity live stream?
This is going to be the charity live stream. So
do you still need the item that I committed to you?
I absolutely do. I was going to say, I don't know if you could ship that or not, because you're not at home, from what I understand.
My husband is. But
awesome.
if I'm going to sign it, I see what I thought I would just put it out there. Whoever gets it, I'd be happy to do a custom signature on it, like put a little note on it or something for him.
Awesome.
And then I can set it straight.
If you could send me like a picture of it, that'd be fantastic. Because then I could, you know, post that up and be like, hey, here's what you're bidding on. And then I can also let people know, hey, this is on the list, which might get some more people to log on and check that out, because I suspect there's going to be a lot of people with some interest in that one. So thank you once again.
I thought it was fun. It was a great idea you had. I loved it.
Well, it's I really appreciate it, and thank you so much, because yeah, it's for a good cause, and I appreciate it. So all right, I will let you get to super chats, and we got to do this again sometime. So
we do. Gosh, this was great. Thank you so much. I was tearing my hair out. You were exactly the comfort that I needed for my own mental state. I'm not going crazy. I have faith in the defense coming forward with an expert to resolve some of these serious problems, and hopefully whatever reliance the jury may, whatever, you know, however impressed they may be with this testimony today, will be short-lived, because I was certainly not impressed with it.
That's the problem, is that they, all of these experts, juries just love them. They think they're the best ever people. And, you know, even if they're experts that I look at and I scream, Peter Cahill, there was a firearm expert from the government who testified that you could fire a pump action shotgun once every 3 to 5 seconds. And I went, nope, I can fire 2 shots in a second. Like, and I'm not good, right? I'm, you know, so yeah. The experts who are willing, and the thing is people believe it. People just, they absolutely think this has got to be the straight truth. And Cahill got convicted of manslaughter.
This person seemed so impressive. They seem so impressive, and they seem to know what they're talking about, and they're using these very technical words, and they're confusing this lawyer who doesn't seem to really get it, and they have an answer for everything.
Yep. And I mean, the problem is that the lawyer isn't an expert. And I mean, I've had to take apart a firearm tendered expert, and this guy wasn't an expert. I got him to agree that he wasn't an expert on the stand.
Oh man.
But
that's a coup.
Well, the thing is, it was the dumbest thing. They actually they brought in an old like a police officer who'd been a military armorer, and they tried to tender him as an expert, and he's like, I've been an armorer for however many years, and blah blah blah. And it sounded great on his direct, because they're like, oh, Mr. Runkle, you concede his admissibility? I'm like, not for a second, no. And then I got up and I'm like, so can you tell me the full name of Browning from Browning Fire? Like, one of these guns is a Browning. Can you tell me that guy's full name? And he's like, no. And I'm like, okay, how about Winchester? Where does that come from? Like, what's that from? Savage. How about that? And, the prosecutor stands up and is like, well, these are trivia questions. I'm like, these are trivia questions that I could ask a 10-year-old on the range, and they could tell me the name John Moses Browning.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was like, a 20 gauge and a 12 gauge. Which is the bigger shell? Like, which is the fatter, like the wider shell? And he goes, is it the 20 gauge? And I said, no, it is the 12 gauge. And the prosecutor says, how do we know this? I said, okay, well, we've got a 20 gauge and a 12 gauge in exhibits. I'll pull up the exhibits if my friend wants me to.
Oh, and my Lord.
He's like, no, we don't need to do that. So I go through everything and I said, okay, I'm going to suggest some things to you. And he says, okay. I got him to agree that he'd only handled certain firearms as an armorer. I'm like, I'm going to suggest to you that you're an expert with respect to the C7, which is one of the Canadian guns. He says, yes. So I'm going to suggest to you that you're an expert with regards to the C9. He says, yes. So I'm also going to suggest that you're an expert with regards to a Lee Enfield. And he says, yes. And I said, okay. And I'm going to suggest to you that none of these guns are a C7, a C9, or a Lee Enfield. And he says, that's correct. I said, so you're not an expert with respect to a single gun that is actually in this courtroom today, with the possible exception of your own sidearm. And he says, I agree. And I said, okay. And I sat down. And the prosecutor got up and said, this guy should be certified as an expert. And I went, what? And the judge went, what? Like, right after he said he's not an expert, you just said he's an expert? So anyway, he didn't get to provide expert testimony on his firearm knowledge but the thing is most defense lawyers, it was
non-existent.
Most defense lawyers wouldn't have known those questions. Most defense lawyers don't know who John Moses Browning is.
Yeah, I wouldn't have answered. I wouldn't have known that. I don't have that offhand.
Yep. And, it's and the thing is I can't do that on like a DNA expert without like substantial prep. And I'm still not going to be as good as like somebody who's actually been, there's a defense lawyer who's in this city who used to be a computer science guy. And I bring him, like, I send files to him that are computer files because I've watched him cross-examine. And he's going to be like, so this timestamp, how's that generated? And they're like, well, it's generated automatically. He's like, where is it generated in this sequence of activities? Where is it generated? Which step generates that timestamp? And it's like, I don't know. He's like, well, isn't it at this step? It could be. Okay, isn't it true that step doesn't always happen? I guess. Okay, and if it doesn't happen, then isn't it the case that this timestamp might not indicate what you set it to? I'm just like, I didn't know any of that shit. So yeah. And the chat is saying, Runkle, go to sleep. Or Runkle, let Andrea get to sleep. So I'm going to do that. Great to see you. Let's have another chat sometime soon. But I need to make sure that you don't die and that chat doesn't hold it against me. So good night.
Thank you. It was great to see you. Everybody head over to Runkle, and definitely on November the 2nd for the 24-hour live stream, we will do our best to pop our heads in for sure. We will find time for the important things around here. So really loved having you, Ian. Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much. And now poof.
Well, that was a great suggestion, guys. I'm so glad that that folks were able to make that happen. I love Ian, and this is the first time I've had him on my channel. It's actually the first time I've had a guest on my channel at all, and so I think that that is really a perfect fit. One of my favorite people out here on these YouTubes. Well, I guess I'll wrap up. There wasn't really a whole lot more from the evidence standpoint. I will say a couple of things. So like we were talking about the suggestiveness that sometimes inheres in these requests for examination when they come from law enforcement. Mr. Rosie did get the request for examinations, not just for Mr. Allen's gun, but for all of the other firearms as well. Those are in evidence, of course. I can't see them. But at some point, I am hoping that maybe that is something that, maybe their expert will address, that potentially there is an issue there, which is the reason why they put it into evidence. Maybe, fingers crossed. So I am just very curious to see if there is anything there that is potentially problematic in terms of, just the conclusions and the process, the objectivity of the process. We had a moment. This, like I said, this was a long day, and the jury was getting lost. And at some point, we had a normal lunch today. It was actually a little bit short. It was 12 to 1. It was a little bit short for us in the audience for a variety of reasons, but so we get back into court about 1, and we pick up the cross-examination. And so Mr. Rosie is like 2.5 hours into his cross-examination. It's about 3:30. And he asked the judge, would it be a good time to take a break? And she says no. And I did wonder if, maybe she thought he was going to be done soon, but like usually when you're making that offer to the judge yourself, you're indicating I'm not going to be done soon. So as a courtesy to everybody, I'm letting you know when it's a good time to take a break in the action. She said no. And so, I have to kind of have the impression that this is a punishment. This is a punishment for Mr. Rosie continuing to engage in his cross-examination, that we are not going to get a break until he's done or whatever. He wasn't finished by the time we took the break. I mean, he went very close to the end of the day. There was all kinds of things that he brought up in his cross-examination. And he did a good job. He covered a lot of the important points as far as the limitations of these techniques, and then what she in particular did. It's just the problem is sometimes it's hard to communicate that in lay terms in ways that I feel confident that most people are going to be able to understand and appreciate the significance of it. So overall, there were points too where just the kind of the combat side of trial of just the trial process came out. Mr. Luttrell was objecting to a lot of things. There were certain points, like this whole issue I mentioned where she was testifying that you can't use the photographs to do a comparison. You can't draw comparison types of conclusions from just looking at the photograph, because the photograph isn't the entire thing. And so Mr. Luttrell was objecting to a lot of things that Mr. Rosie was asking, and foundational questions that he was asking to try to get more of her photographs into evidence. And so there was a lot of back and forth about that. Judge Gohl was, for the most part, she started siding with Mr. Luttrell, but eventually kind of came over to the idea that, well, it just goes to the weight of the evidence, and not whether Mr. Rosie should be allowed to ask the question at all, or whether the photographs should be able to come in. it came up in one particularly kind of amusing spot because Mr. Rosie had offered this whole series of exhibits for admission, and Mr. Luttrell objected because he said, it would be misleading for the jury to have these when she said it's not proper to use them for comparison purposes, and so to ask the jury to go ahead and do its own analysis of these photos is not supported by the evidence. And Mr. Rosie, he's saying, well, what she said foundationally was that what the photographs depict are the surface areas upon which she based her conclusions. And so that's the reason why they should be admissible. That's the foundation for them to come in. And so Judge Gohl kind of thought about this for the minute, and she says, but does the jury understand, that they can't use it for this purpose? And Mr. Rosie throws up his hands. He kind of looks over at the jury a little bit. I think the jury can figure it out. So at that point, Judge Gohl kind of reluctantly said, all right, I'll admit them conditionally. So what she means is, conditionally that the jury isn't supposed to use them for the purpose of using their eyeballs to look at them and decide for themselves, do we think this is a match? Of course, she can't stop the jury from doing that. What she's really doing is she's saying, Mr. Rosie, Mr. Baldwin, you can't argue that in your closing. I'm not going to let you get up with these exhibits and point to them and say, use your eyeballs and see for yourselves that these things look entirely different. So that was just a little bit of a fun moment that we had. Another just insight that I had about the cross-examination, because it was so long, there is a reason for that, I think, from a strategic standpoint. We know the defense, we certainly hope the defense is going to have their own expert. Of course, there have been issues with the defense's access to experts in this case. They filed a motion for parity in resources, basically, where they pointed out, look, the state has an unlimited budget to be able to come at Mr. Allen, to be able to find people that will present theories that are, that sound scientific, and we need to be able to have access to similar resources to be able to, at the very least, we need to confer with people who can evaluate this stuff. And, if appropriate, we need to be able to retain them to present information at trial. And according to the motion, Judge Gohl was denying a lot of these motions. So there was a period in time where the defense wasn't getting access to experts. They ran, I think, a GoFundMe. They had to privately fundraise to try to get money to be able to hire defense experts because the court wasn't providing them with funding for that. So, like I said, fingers crossed, there's going to be a defense expert to explain a lot of this stuff. But I think part of the reason why they might be spending a lot of time in cross-examination, even though, like, in theory, they don't necessarily have to do a lot at all. They can just be like, whatever, that's your opinion, and maybe hit on a couple things and then just deal with the bulk of it when they call their own witness. It's because of the time limitations that they're going to have by the time they get to their case. There's always a little bit of a problem when it comes to putting hard and fast limits on the time length of a trial, because if it's arbitrary, or if you are restricting the defense from being able to present stuff that is really critical, you do run the risk of that being a deprivation of the right to a defense. But so often when they set up timeframes like this, they do it based on going to the parties and being like, how much time is your case going to take? And they kind of make them commit to it, so then that enables them to be able to set that outside limit, with everybody, having said, this will be enough time for me to present my case. So what that means is the more that the defense can get done through cross-examination, the less they have to spend their own time on it in direct. And we're seeing this is like the counterpoint to the gamesmanship that I've been calling out over the past few days, where we're playing this game over the beyond the scope. We have this witness on the stand, and they are available. They have information about a whole bunch of things that they can testify to, but the state controlled what questions got asked on direct, and so the defense is limited to that. And if we're concerned about efficiency and this witness's time and convenience and stuff, we would waive that rule, which is largely technical anyway, and just let them go ahead and do it all at the same time. So by strictly enforcing this rule, the judge is forcing the defense to spend their defense time to follow up on these issues with these witnesses. They're going to have to call all those people to follow up on them. And so when you get into the point of where you're having to prioritize, how you spend your time, you got to make difficult decisions about, do we have to let stuff go? So I think that might be part of why we had an extended cross-examination today, just because some of this stuff, not just is likely to come out through the defense expert, but you could almost predict that it's not going to come out through the states. These witnesses are notoriously resistant, to giving the information that you're looking for when you're talking about how there's kind of a basic problem with the underpinnings of your entire practice that you're in here to testify about. So the last, that was pretty much all I think that was really worth mentioning in this cross-examination. We really talked about most of it. It's just one of those where the details, there's a lot of details, but I'm just not sure that they're particularly helpful. In this particular case, I think the 10,000 foot view is probably better for everybody. And I think we got the basic gist of what's going on. So I do want to go through the rest of the jury questions. Could reassembling the firearm change how the gun leaves marks on the cartridge? She said possibly. If Richard Allen is a gun guy, he might take apart and put his guns back together, and that could change it. Or somebody else in the process could have taken the gun apart and put it back together. Are changes from use over time a pressure change or just less marks? I don't think she understood this question. I think what the question was trying to get at is, would marks fall away or would marks just become less distinct? Because when she talked about this, when she's talking about these longevity studies, she's kind of using the expression fall away. So it sounds like things will disappear, not so much that, we're trying to account for, would they potentially become fainter just because of the time that's elapsed from, when these murders occurred and the time that they actually seized the gun. So I don't think the analyst answered this question. I don't think she understood it. Her answer was, it's not a pressure thing. They're just wearing away at different parts. She said that this longevity study concluded that marks are persistent on a long time, but it depends on the conditions the gun is exposed to over time. There's a lot of external factors. It's just a gradual thing. And, there's no point where you can really say, okay, it's this is too much wear to be able to make a comparison. They just really don't know. Was comparison made between the cartridge that was found between Abby and Libby and the round that was found in the Hope box? Very good question. The answer was yes. And the round that was found in the Hope box did not have an ejector mark. So she wasn't able to, make any conclusion about these things, being fired from the same firearm. Mr. Rosie pointed out that the ejector mark was actually the most prominent mark on the round that was found between Abby and Libby. So I think that goes to that falling off idea. Like, is it likely that this one was the most distinct, suddenly became, it vanished altogether? Or is it more likely that just these are not connected and they didn't come from the same firearm? Were those two from the same lot? Meaning, were they manufactured? Like, did they come out of the same box? A very reasonable question for the jury to want to know. She says she can't say. Would different types of metal cartridge make a difference in quality of the marks left? And she said, yes, it can. For example, there is a brand of ammo called Wolf Ammo that uses a steel shell, but she indicated that her test fires were similar ammunition. She doesn't know the respective dates of manufacture of her ammunition versus the Abby and Libby round. Questions about the black box. How do error rates affect outcomes, and how important is it basically to have them? I didn't catch the full end of that question. She said the hope is to be able to eventually test under circumstances where the examiner doesn't know that they're being tested, because that's going to better mimic real life conditions. She said that they talked a little bit about how they use a 3-point scale. She didn't elaborate on what this means, and I'm not 100% confident on what she means, but my understanding of what she means is that those are those 3 choices that they have to be able to respond, like to analyze and reach a conclusion. They can conclude that it's an identification, that this is a match, that it's inconclusive, I can't tell, or it's excluded, it positively, definitely did not come from this firearm. There is apparently also a 5-point scale that has been developed, and some like testing is being done on it. I think maybe some research is being done on incorporating, like using a 5-point scale instead. That would lead to greater variation and therefore higher error rates. If you have more choices, it's more likely that you're going to get your choice wrong, but it's also going to give you a more precise answer. Because instead of having to lump it into one of these 3, you can have other choices that might apply. I don't know what the conclusions on the 5-point scale are. I was trying to find that out, and I couldn't figure that out. How do false positives and negatives affect the proficiency of the analyst? And she explained that is just a general idea of how many times the examiners will make a mistake. This was a foundational question that caused me a little bit of concern about, is the jury understanding most of this testimony? Because I mean, error rates and the whole statistical side of it. I mean, to me, I would consider that like advanced high school kind of concepts, maybe like early college kinds of concepts, but not terribly complicated. And so I was hoping that it wouldn't be too difficult for the jury to follow a lot of that stuff. This question made me question whether that was really the case. Another kind of follow-up, how does that translate into outcomes in the field? So then she snuck in this rather convenient answer, because we'd previously heard from her about how she has claimed to have never missed an answer even on any of her proficiency tests. She not only hasn't not passed a test, but she hasn't even missed an answer. And then she also testified that in all of her analyses that she's done of thousands of cartridges and casings and stuff, they have a verification process that they use where somebody goes in and double checks them, and that she has never had somebody in the verification process reach a different conclusion than she did. So her answer to how does the proficiency testing translate into outcomes in the fields was that, you want to be able to, like, the shortcoming. She didn't answer the question. She answered the question she wanted them to be asking so that she could give the information she wanted them to hear. And it was that you want to look at who is making the errors and why, because the errors are usually clustered. And so her explanation, it seems to be that few people are making most of the errors. And so it's not a normal error distribution, and they don't know what's causing it. This is when Mr. Rosie elicited that there are other studies that show a lot higher error rates. And he called out this one, the Ames study, that set it at about 30% of the error rate. And her answer was that that's if you include inconclusives in that study, in that calculation, and that one of these organizations that's kind of at the forefront of criticizing the forensic firearm analysis that we heard about in the earlier in the cross-examination, this PCAST is the name of the organization. They had suggested that there need to be more black box studies for validity, and they had suggested that it would not be proper to include inconclusives in calculating the error rate. I really don't know why, but there's probably a reason for it. But if it's a choice that can be made, it seems that you should evaluate the reliability, the accuracy of that particular choice as well. So, but that's just me as an outsider saying that. What is the industry standard, and does work you do follow the standard? This is such a basic question that it's basically just saying, can I trust you? Is what you're doing, valid? This one made me uncomfortable. She just said, yes, the whole lab is accredited and we have to follow the guidelines. How significant is having individual characteristics in 3 tool areas? So that's what she's found between this cartridge, she claims, and the firearm. Three areas where there are individual marks that let her say this cartridge was cycled through Richard Allen's gun. So she says that she can't say, but that the more individualization there is, the more it helps show, it's a great, basically better quantity and quality of evidence to support the determination. So she could have answered that a lot worse. I mean, she could have said something like, it's enough for me to be able to say it was an identification, because that's what she did. But she didn't do that. She just said, it's ultimately like, it depends. It depends. If they're individual, frankly, I mean, if they're sincerely individualized markings, then just a single one should be significant. Just a single one should be enough to say it came from this gun, because that adheres in the definition of it being an individualized marking. It's unique to that gun. So there's just so much squirrely and loading of the positions, and I'm just not, this is why I'm saying, for me as a lawyer who's litigated this stuff, sitting here in the audience listening to it, I know I have an extremely different impression than the jury does, because they, I sincerely doubt that any of them knows any of this. So I'm hoping that they do, in this case, wait for the defense expert. I'm not saying that the defense expert is going to be right in this situation, but I just think it's very important for them to hear both sides of this. The most powerful thing I think that Mr. Rosie was able to elicit throughout his whole cross-examination was just the concession that, yes, this discipline is under attack, and it's under a lot of criticism, and that's not just from outside people, that is internally people who are part of the community that are criticizing it, saying this is not valid, this is not working, this needs to be improved, there's a lot of shortcomings with it, and just recognizing that some of what is claimed is overstated, and it seems like it would illustrate that inherently when you say, yes, I can match it to this gun, but I can't exclude any other gun, and in fact, I didn't exclude these other guns, even these other guns of like a completely different manufacturer. Those things can't be reconciled, and I don't know that the jury has seen that. It's really hard, though, to be able to draw that out and explain that when this witness is hostile to you, and you might know that, but you don't get to testify to it because you're not the witness. So all in all, from the defense lawyer standpoint, extremely frustrating day. I think for everybody else, frankly, it was mostly a snoozer. So Let's go through your comments and chats. The crypto tax lawyer became a YouTube member. Welcome. Thanks so much for being part of the crew. Beth C., thank you for your excellent coverage. Welcome to Indiana. Thank you. I am really enjoying my time here. You have a beautiful state, and I really like it so far. Sharon Irwin with a super chat. Kirsty, thank you for your fantastic coverage and helping us mere mortals understand what's going on. Sending love from Scotland. Well, thanks for joining me from all the way over there across the pond. The crypto tax lawyer. Did they happen to mention if the gun was pink? Because I have Richard Allen's gun myself. A Sig Sauer P226 in petal pink. Not kidding. That's pretty awesome. Is it like I've seen the Hello Kitty AR? That's always kind of what I think of with the. It's just it's kind of funny. We have that sense of humor, that's a little bit irreverent about serious things like firearms. Put a Hello Kitty on it, and I find that really fun. So can they trace my unspent shells? Sorry, just a bit of levity. I wouldn't want to test them, I wouldn't want to try to find out. I mean, yeah, subjective disciplines are the ones that are the most easily manipulated to be able to support whatever outcome is desired. So it is a very big concern, because if the agreement is sufficient, that's in the opinion of this analyst. In the opinion of that analyst, in this particular case, that was enough to justify what happened to Mr. Allen. That was what precipitated the arrest. They didn't arrest him after the search. They didn't arrest him after the interviews. They didn't, he was free to go. It was only after they got this comparison back and then did their second interview where he's like, I don't know. I can't explain to you why that would be. That's when they arrested him. So that's some scary stuff. I mean, from my perspective, that is scary stuff. Donna Brack, I'm wondering if any engineers, scientists have ran any material science or metallurgical tests on the bullet found. Almost certainly not. These are not like conventional standard disciplines that people would be trained in a place like the Idaho State Police Lab. These would be highly specialized. They'd probably have to bring in somebody from the outside. That would be costly. And frankly, I just don't know that they want the answers. They don't want to test around the edges. The prosecution is best served by getting the minimum that they need to, support the case, to support the accusation, and to be able to try to tie all of the pieces together. The more they dig into it, the more they risk that they're going to get an adverse answer. And then that has the potential then to blow up your case. If they take it to a metallurgist and the metallurgist is going to be like, yeah, absolutely no way does this comparison work, because the other shell casing, the fired shell casing, it would have expanded and it would look completely different from this unfired cartridge that was simply cycled through. Well, you got a problem now. You just lost this piece of evidence that was one of the things that's so important. You highlighted it. You called it out in your direct examination, or in your opening statement. You called it out. This case is about bridge guy, bullet, and brutal murder of two little girls, of Abby and Libby. So they don't have the incentive to ask more questions. The defense does, and they have tried to do that. And, that is being excluded. So Jackie Bushable, super sticker. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. The crypto tax lawyer, completely random, but I have to note Andrea's brows are on point. As a female who appreciate makeup, I notice these things. Hey, thank you for that. I do almost nothing to my brows but shape them. These are like my actual, like the real things. Like I don't fill or anything, because I don't have to. I have quite bushy eyebrows. So I just got kind of lucky with good shape and stuff, and it makes life a lot easier in situations where I don't get much sleep and don't have much time to do a lot of makeup and stuff. Although I did got some time today. Like feel so much more like myself. I know it's a little thing, but it really does make a difference. The crypto tax lawyer, sadly, even if we ostensibly have technically minded jurors, they aren't going to appreciate this level of nuance, and they likely tuned out. Okay, I'm going to stop super chatting. I'm going to go get Runkle for AB. Hey, thank you. Thank you for your efforts. That was very well rewarded. Really enjoyed having him here. The squid, if the very subjective term sufficient agreement is good enough to make it into court, they may as well hire an expert psychic to put Richard Allen at the seam. Same results either way. This sounds like an exaggeration, but it's really not. It's really not. It's just this person says so. I think this looks like it was from his gun. So why shouldn't I be able to get on the stand and say, I think it doesn't look like it came from his gun? You know, it's just it does get a little bit into crazy town with this type of evidence. Capizzi, the expert failed to eliminate 3 guns before Richard Allen. That is correct. Yes, 3 inconclusives that could not be eliminated of 3 different manufacturer. 3 different, completely different guns. Completely different guns. Could not be excluded. Pantufel, where did he carry all this in his jacket pockets? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the thing with a gun, people have all kinds of different, holstering methods and stuff like that. Like I think he would be able to carry a gun. I think he would be able to have his knife. I'm not sure what else he would need, to commit this crime. Don't know what he used if he, just, I don't know. He only needed the gun and the magazine, loaded into the gun. So that could have just been holstered. It could have been holstered, at his waist. He could have had a shoulder holster. There could have been different places that he could have kept that. You can typically keep a gun pretty close to the vest. Awesome Nail Tech. Ron A. NRA used fish as alibi at aquarium. Richard Allen on the bridge. Richard Allen was, yes, on the bridge. His story was that he went out onto the bridge to look at the fish. I did notice that was, not corroborated or anything, but it was, he's got a whole bunch of fishing licenses. He's got a long history of having fishing licenses. Plus, they seized all the pictures of him, out in the trails and fishing in this particular creek. So that tended to substantiate to me, like, yeah, okay, it's not particularly unbelievable that he would be out there looking for fish off the bridge. He fishes there. One of the pictures, the one of him fishing in the creek. I mean, he's got a big old trout there, like a big old. I don't know exactly what kind of trout you guys have here, but it's like yellow and yellow colored and speckled. I mean, it's a nice fish that he got. So I could buy that a little bit more after that particular evidence came in. Inigo Montoya, dollars to donuts that those 4 handguns were involved in crimes in the past. Who goes walking down to the stream just to accidentally drop and lose theirs? Yeah, I mean, it could be that this is like a dump spot. I mean, maybe that, yeah, maybe the whole creek. They didn't give us the details about the collection, so we honestly, we really don't even know where these came from, how large of an area they might have come from. I would, my logical guess would be that you'd be looking in the area right in the general proximity of the murder scene. But it just seems like an awful lot of guns to be right there. But yeah, I suppose if it's accessible by the bridge and you want to dump your gun, yeah, maybe just dump it over the bridge. I don't know. Gotta wonder if they were able to potentially link those guns to anything else. One thing that they do, they didn't talk about this in this particular trial. It just doesn't come up. It only came up briefly. They mentioned that it existed. There's this centralized database, this federal database that they maintain for these test fired rounds. When they get a firearm that's they're trying to identify or trying to compare or whatever, and they do these test fire rounds, they can enter them into this database, and so then there's a computer algorithm that will compare the rounds to all the other rounds in the database. And so the idea is it'll hopefully help them be able to find potential matches so that they can trace the firearm to potentially other crimes, and then hopefully in that process be able to solve those crimes. So, they didn't talk about that in this case. That might have been something that was worth bringing up, if only just because if they did enter these test fired rounds from Richard Allen's gun into the database, I'm assuming if they were associated with any other round in that database, we would have heard about it. And so the fact that we didn't suggests, there's never been a round associated with a crime involved, with this gun that has been investigated and led to it being included in that database. Nina Hartz, all SIGs are sold with a born on date on the firearm box. They literally just need to contact SIG with the serial number. I mean, this makes sense to me. Like, how could the serial number not be enough to figure out the date of the manufacturer? That's incomprehensible to me. My only conclusion is yes, they just didn't do that. But that is an interesting piece of information about the SIGs. I know nothing about SIGs in particular. My firearm knowledge is really pretty general. Rainman YYC, don't forget about competing in 3-gun and winning a Gundy. That's got to be Ian focused, because I know he does a lot of that shooting competition. Does he do the cowboy action stuff? That's the one that looks fun to me. Like, they give you the little fake, it's like a little fake town, and things happen and you have to like shoot the right thing at the right time and, be accurate and stuff like that. I think that looks like a really fun thing to do. So if Ian does do that, I'm very jealous of him. Claude Simeon, oh my God, my favorite law tubers. Andrea Pretty, though, in my opinion. Well, that's too kind. Ian certainly has his charms. Joss J with a super chat. Thank you so much for that. NJ Kathy with a super sticker. Really appreciate it. The Squid, the expert should have fired a round, then ejected the round that was just cycled without firing it. And maybe then the analysis could have been accurate on that one unspent round. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, if the problem, okay, I'm sorry, this is not a sexist thing to say, I promise. It's a female. That's the analyst that did the testing. If you are concerned that you didn't rack it hard enough, maybe give it to one of the men in the office and have them do it. I say this is not sexist because this is one of the areas that there is very well documented biological sex differences between men and women with the areas of grip strength and upper body strength and stuff like that. The men can rack it harder. Give it a shot. Just give it a shot. Maybe have one of them rack it. See if they can pull it off. Just putting that out there. Bird with a super sticker. Thank you so much for that. Jojo, 153 exonerations occurred in 2023. 88 of those were homicide cases. Contributing factors: mistaken witness identification, false confessions, and false misleading forensic evidence. Thank you so much for bringing this up, Jojo. Like, this is such a good point and an extremely important point, because yes, these are some of the most common features that show up in these actual innocence cases. I feel like the world is starting to become more and more aware of these issues and what a problem they can be in cases like this. And here we are in Delphi, Indiana, with all three of them being at risk. All three of these sort of risk areas being present in this case. So it's very concerning to me that's really what this case is based on. It's based on a subjective firearm analysis, the bullet stuff. It's based on a whole bunch of differing descriptions, of a single guy. We don't even know that it's the same guy. We're just kind of, assuming it's the same guy, and that all of these guys are the same guy that ended up on the bridge with Abby and Libby. That guy wasn't, somewhere else, hiding out somewhere, already in the area. We don't know any of that stuff. So we're assuming that it's Bridge Guy. But yeah, all of these differing descriptions and these different circumstances, the risk of taint, all of them having this certainty, that this guy that they're seeing in this extremely grainy photo that you can project nearly anything you want to see onto. And it's just, it doesn't have the detail, to be able to make a real solid comparison. But that's how the false identifications work. It's based on the desire, and just the taint. And now, we're waiting. I'm sure this is what the state's going to close with. I have little doubt, is with these false confessions, potentially false confessions, the ones that, according to the defense, bear all of the hallmarks of the false confessions. So that is their case. That is their case. Is these three things that are very commonly associated with exonerations. I can't thank you enough for pointing that out. Rain Man YYC, hand-loaded projectile might not be correctly seated, allowing the bullet to engage the rifling lead-in. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that we have any indication that this is a hand-loaded projectile. I mean, the Abby and Libby cartridge, as far as we can tell, is just a standard Winchester 40 caliber Smith & Wesson. Nothing fancy about it. So maybe with a different type of projectile that might be possible, but it just doesn't answer my question about how did these marks end up on this place, on this chamber, or on this cartridge, given how this gun is put together. It didn't make sense to me. Gianna, hypothetical, what time would one need to get in line to get into the courtroom? We didn't. So Saturdays historically were closed, were slower. I wasn't here last Saturday, so I don't really know for sure. We are having people show up earlier and earlier, but fewer and fewer people are showing up. Today, we didn't have very many people left out. And in fact, we had a bunch of people show up at lunch for the first time today, to be able to get in, because we have to do the reline up after we get outside the courtroom. Now today I think was maybe a little bit unique because people found it boring. people weren't into this testimony, besides me, and I wasn't into it. I'm just like rage note taking. But despite the fact that other people showed up to get in at lunch today, still everybody who was there waiting in the line for, the after lunch period, we all got in, and still, people left in the afternoon. So I think it is starting to get a little bit more flexible. I think I want to say, I mean, I hate to guess. I know that somebody who showed up at 4:00 today was still able to get in, and like not really having any problem. It's just a little bit of a day-to-day thing, So the days where people suspect there's going to be hot evidence, you're going to have to get there earlier, it's just the bottom line. And like I said, I think those confessions are probably going to be what they're trying to close with. So, as we get closer to the prosecution being done with their case, and we know by process of elimination that's all that's left to come, I think there's a decent chance that people are going to want to be there to hear that. Lori Lee Annie, yesterday I said I subbed on your first live stream. It was actually your very first video. So happy you started your channel. Thank you for covering. Wow. So that's that's way further back, because that was the Isaac Baruch series. That's still to this day, my favorite content that I ever made. It was the reason why I started the YouTube channel in the first place. I had done all kinds of Delphi Heard commentary on Twitter for like a couple of years leading up to them. I was streaming the trial on other people's channels, and I had people telling me, "Oh, Andrea, you should do your own channel." I'm like, I don't really know about that. But then we had that moment with Isaac Baruch on the stand and Delphi Heard, and how he just absolutely demolished without even trying. He just absolutely demolished Elaine Bredehoft, and it was a masterclass into how not to cross-examine a witness. And I just absolutely had to make this series breaking down exactly how and why everything went so wrong with that cross-examination. So I am glad that you enjoyed that you subbed with that, and that you stuck around. That brings a smile to my face. Kelt, how is it the prosecution can present this bullet evidence, but the defense cannot have their own expert? Well, their justification was that the guy that they wanted to bring in, Dr. Tobin, his area of expertise was not specifically responsive to the state's expert, because he's a metallurgist. He's a critic of the tool mark analysis, the discipline that we all heard about today. But the state was essentially arguing, because he is not himself a firearm examiner, he doesn't have this AFT certification, he's not therefore able to criticize the underlying principles, even to the extent they have to do with metallurgy, in which he is unquestionably an expert. So yeah, that's the reasoning behind it. The bottom line, the state doesn't want it. We found a reason to justify booting it out. That's kind of been par for the course with a lot of this stuff. They do have their own expert, though. They had two people, and the other one they have is I believe named Dr. Waller, and so my understanding is that Dr. Waller is a firearms guy, does have that AFT certification, and is going to be more of a direct just rebuttal of what we heard today from Melissa Oberg. So I don't know if he did his own analysis or if he just reviewed hers or what. But that is, as far as I know, going to be allowed to come in. So hopefully, like I've been saying, that will give the jury a little bit more of the fuller picture of just how reliable these types of determinations are. Carrie M, they weren't even shot, so why did we spend a whole day on this in court? Well, yes, this is also, it made it into the opening statement. Okay, the bullet that may or may not have anything to do with this. It may or may not have anything to do with this. It's possible, but it's also possible that it just got dropped there at some point in an area where there's tons of guns that make their way into the creek. A lot of guns around here, a lot of handguns around here. So, that is certainly an argument the defense can raise. It's just one of these series of coincidences, though. That's how to reverse engineer the case, is you just hunt down the coincidences, and you get enough of them, and people will be willing to say, you can't have this many coincidences. At some point it adds up into something substantial. Auto Doctor 911, the guy that they wouldn't let testify has a standing offer to let them prove their method for a large cash reward, no takers. Well, that's entertaining, and unfortunately also not real surprising. Oh my Lord. When it's put up or shut up time, where does everyone go? Auto Doctor 911. The horseshoe mark is feed ramp part of chamber face on unfired one is just corrosion, though, not identifying at all, though. Yeah, we'll hear from the defense guy. This is just, it didn't make any sense to me, this whole process. She indicated that from her examination, she didn't find anything like corrosion or weathering or anything like that. Any indication that the bullet had been outside. She's trying to rule out, this is just a bullet that's been sitting out there for 6 months, and this is just when we happen to locate it, because it's in this remote area. Yeah, but if it's just corrosion, then just a lot of those conclusions fall apart. Brandon McRoby, on further consideration, could be a box cutter handle. Yeah, that was just a little unbelievable to me that they would be. It's so blatant. It's so blatant that you're gonna try to tell me. It doesn't make sense. I mean, this is the thing. This is the problem with the defense not having parity in their access to experts. State has an expert and you don't get the ability to be able to rebut it with your own expert. I hope they have a forensic pathologist of their own. I really hope they do. I don't know for sure that they do. Brandon McRoby, he happened on the box cutter after an epiphany in his garage. What the fuck? Yeah, I know. This is a wild story. It is a wild story. I have a very hard time believing it. It seems, I mean, you want to talk about coincidental. These were serrated marks. That makes sense, you know? Looks like it. Okay, they're not typical, but you identified them as serrated marks. For 6 years, they were serrated marks. And only after you had a series of conversations with the prosecutor did it suddenly become a box cutter. I have questions. Not to steal from Emily D. Baker, but I do. I mean, this case has given me a lot of questions. Claude Simeon, I assume 99 out of 100 times the lay skilled witness is a cop. Yep, that's exactly what it is. In fact, it was the case where it came up. If I remember correctly, it was the one where they have the specialized drug knowledge, you know, the cops that work a lot on drug busts and things like that. And so they learn the drug lingo and they learn like what's a standard, like how much, what's a dose, like what's a single dose of heroin. And so how much would, you normally buy on the streets? How many doses would you get out of that? Things like that. What do you pay? What's the price of heroin? Things like that your random person probably doesn't know. That's the skilled witness stuff, because somebody told them, somebody that they arrested at some point told them, this is how much I bought my heroin for. They become a skilled witness. Inigo Montoya, on what day in law school do they teach that no jurist will ever blatantly call another out? It's like pro wrestlers that share dinner, i.e. a lawyer will never say, in my opinion, this judge and DA are corrupt and incompetent. It's the go along to get along type of system. It's just easier for you if you don't make waves. And that's going to be the case in any line of work. It's not unique to the legal industry. We could point the finger at Hollywood and look at all the stuff that's coming out here about these predators that have been, everybody knew what was going on with Harvey Weinstein and with Diddy. And, nobody said anything. Nobody did anything about it. So it's really, I think, a lot just that same phenomenon, this idea that it's going to cause you trouble if you do. So you don't, because you're going to have to go back and appear in front of that judge. I've said many times, the standards for judges to be sanctioned or removed are sky high. They're sky high. And so if you don't meet that, if you haven't met that standard, the judge is not going to suffer consequences, and you're going to have to be back in front of them. And how's that going to go for you? That's the risk. So that's why they don't do it. Kimchi, next you're going to tell me the state has brought in an expert in phrenology and the jury is eating it up. I mean, I could see it. I honestly could. I could see it. They do. If you're new to this channel, you may not have heard the horror story from Washington about the limits of scientific evidence. Scientific evidence is just it's broadly accepted in courtrooms all over, simply because people say, somebody goes into court and says, yeah, this is valid, this works, and they sound convincing enough, and the court lets it in. And so we had a case in Washington where the trial court allowed in evidence that a police officer's dog could detect a fresh guilt scent. They could detect and track a fresh guilt scent. And based on that fresh guilt scent, A man was arrested and charged and prosecuted and convicted of a crime. A jury bought it. Okay? How horrifying is this? A jury bought it. And it finally went up to the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals finally said, you know what? This is too far even for us. This is too far. Not going to allow you to testify about the fresh guilt scent. So that's where the bar is. Okay. Like it has to be preposterous before there's really any meaningful limit on it. Now, different states and different jurisdictions have different standards. Washington has an enormously permissive standard. We follow the Fry test. The Fry test is that this method or technique is generally accepted in the relevant scientific community. And so what that tends to mean is that, for example, the relevant scientific community for firearms analysis are these AFTI people. And so if the AFTI people say it works, then it comes into court. Well, the AFTI people have every incentive to say that it works. They don't have the incentive to say, you know what, actually, when I think about it, this is a bunch of junk and we should all lose our jobs. They're not going to do that. So other states have more stringent tests where they do delve a little bit more into the reliability, the foundational qualifications of this type of testimony. But many courts do not. Washington does not, and by appearances, Indiana does not as well. Clint Morgan, was there a comparison between two identical pistols and the markings left on chambered unspent cartridge? If you're asking if they did a second comparison with an unrelated Sig Sauer P226, the answer is no, they did not. They did not do that. They did not do that, but they could not even exclude the Glock, the Smith & Wesson, and the other SIG different model. Inigo Montoya, it's not bad science. It's narcissistic lies. They under pressure. They will convict no matter what they have to do. A big club, and we're not in it. There is a lot of the club mentality on the prosecutor's side of the team. You know, you're on the team, and yeah, there can be career consequences if you're not a good member of the team. You know, not a good member of the team. You don't support the stuff. You're not gonna climb the ladder. You're not gonna get the recommendations. You're not gonna get the kudos. Yeah, it's a big club. Artemis reminds me of the West Memphis 3 too, 100%. Also curious about the bullet found. Who's to say it was ever chambered? And how common was that specific round? How common is the firearm Richard Allen had? Kelsey and Clint Morgan. That's a good question. I don't know how common the Sig Sauer P226 40 caliber gun is. I would expect relatively common. I mean, they found another one just down the road from the crime scene. Well, no, I guess his wasn't a 226. His was the different model number. But I mean, still, that's getting pretty close. That's getting pretty close. So I didn't look up like how many of these are manufactured, how many of them are in distribution. I would think it's a lot. You know, I would think it's a lot. I just don't know particularly that round. We tried to talk about that with Ian. I don't think 40 caliber is that uncommon. It's like not the most common one I'm going to think of, but I don't think it's that uncommon. Yes, the West Memphis 3 with how the prosecution doesn't want to test the remaining items for DNA evidence. They got the DNA evidence that they had used at the first trial. They compared it to the West Memphis 3, and they did not match it. And so they took the position that nevertheless, that doesn't mean they are in fact innocent, because, you know, there were other things, you know, that they relied on. There are other circumstances that they relied on. So they would not drop the prosecution. They continued to keep the West Memphis 3 in jail under jeopardy. They were going to retry them. And so at the 11th hour, they took the plea bargain that got them time served so that they could get out after, what was it, 30 years? 30 years. 30 years. And the DNA cleared them. And now that's their fight now. They're trying to get post-conviction testing of some of the remaining items. And the idea is maybe you will be able to find out who the actual killer is. But they're not interested in that. And that's how these cases go. It's really sad and really unfortunate. That's what happens when you have the tunnel vision case. They've already decided that it's him. Sheriff Liggett's testimony yesterday made me all the more convinced that even if Richard Allen is acquitted, they're never going to go after anybody else. They are going to adopt the mindset that the jury got it wrong. The jury got it wrong. It really was him. There's no point in looking for any other solution because there is none. That's going to be their attitude. It's very, very depressing, but it's also unfortunately really, really common. Claude Simeon, better 10 innocent suffer than one guilty escape. Well, that does seem to be the philosophy that is being applied in some of these jurisdictions. Theory neutral, you're both great for a free society if one is possible. Well, that's a very important value that we both share. We are very much pro-liberty people. I'm very much a, do your own thing. Don't hurt other people. Don't defraud other people. And we're pretty much good to go. So, catastrophe sent you all transcripts, read-throughs at criminality at all eyes CCS, mini asses online, Law E, CCO, Delphi PD, ISP, Judge Goal, ISC, AG, IDOC, prosecutor, and media manipulated to spin in fear. Thank you. You are our savior by design. Well, that is very nice. It seems like a lot. It seems like a lot for me to be doing just by attending a trial and talking about it. But light does kill vampires, right? That's all it takes sometimes. Light can dissipate the evil. So thank you for sending me that. I will definitely be checking those out when I get a time to do so. I am going to be, as I've mentioned before, spending probably most of this weekend looking into the original action option to see if that is going to be something viable to pursue. And if it is, it's going to take some time to bust it out. So going to have a busy weekend, but hopefully I will be able to get to that soon. Catherine Joy with a super sticker. Thank you so much for that. BLT, hit the like on the way out. Night all. Thank you for that suggestion. Judy E, thanks. Great analysis with Runkle. I'm glad you enjoy it. I love talking to Runkle, but I do acknowledge that we can cover a lot of ground. And we certainly got very, very far afield from this particular Delphi case. But that's part of the fun of it. A good conversation just goes where it goes. I certainly enjoyed it. I am glad that you enjoyed watching it. Kitty Baby and Jake, so happy lawyer sent me here. I absolutely love your perspective and dedication to justice. Thank you for being there and bringing us such an intelligent discussion. Well, it's my favor. I'm so grateful for Peter for just bringing me up with his people. I really respect the work Peter does. I appreciate it. He's a grinder. I have said many times that if I walk into a courtroom and there's somebody from LawTube at opposing counsel table, the one that's going to make me real nervous is Peter. It's going to be Peter Tragos. I don't want to see him at opposing counsel table. So I'm really glad to have you here. I'm actually supposed to be chatting with Peter on Sunday for his podcast. So I'm very much looking forward to that. It will be the first time we've had a chance to collab. We've talked about it before, but just haven't been able to make anything happen. So very excited for that. Humorous XY, after seeing the jurors in person, I have so much more confidence in the outcome, whatever it is. Plus, our technical guy doesn't seem like he'll give into peer pressure unless truly convinced. Michael, I really hope this is the case. I did get a little disheartened today. I really did. I can't. Like I said, I try not to read tea leaves with the jurors. I don't really believe you can read expressions and know what they're thinking and stuff. Now, this is a little different from, I feel like we can read body language of distraction and boredom and stuff like that, when you're when you're staring at the ceiling or trying not to doze off or whatever, those are pretty clear signals. But it doesn't tell you why. It doesn't tell you why they're bored. Are they bored because they don't believe this guy and they're tired of hearing from him? Or are they bored because they've already decided to convict and it's unnecessary? So I was concerned. The questions in particular just made me concerned that that they're giving this more credibility than it deserves. But it's so hard for me to say because of my perspective being not the likely probable perspective that the jurors have on this type of stuff. So I just don't know. Hopefully they are going to continue to wait and that they are going to use their science minds. A lot of these folks during jury selection had, they said all the right things about holding the state to its burden, being aware of problems with stuff in the courtroom, problems with evidence in the courtroom, wanting to be really convinced, pretty certain, strong evidence, good hard evidence before they're going to convict a man for murder. I just hope they continue to hold on to that. AKA Radar, Andrea, my new hero. Do attorneys, court-appointed attorneys, have to pay for transcript copies? It would save the public if they get them first, then the price drops by almost 5-6. We'd appreciate the huge savings. Yeah, they probably will. Now, so with most things for court-appointed attorneys, they apply to the court for funding. And in this particular case, they apply to the court for funding. There is a whole revolution going on in the country right now about the structure of public defense and some of the problems with it, because people are finally starting to wake up to the fact that, you maybe should have a public defender that does more than never talk to you, show up for your trial date, and fall asleep at the counsel table. Like, the bar has been extremely low, and there's just a lot of inherent problems in the system. One of these problems that has been called out is courts having oversight over this type of budget decision, because it creates a little bit of a conflict. If the court is there to decide, well, do I want to buy myself a new piece of technology, or do I want to get this accused murderer that I think is probably guilty another expert? Are they going to make the fair and the right decision? It's difficult. So courts shouldn't really be the gatekeeper for what you get to investigate or not. And you need access to experts to be able to investigate. We don't have the capability to look at a DNA analyst's work and see for ourselves if it's legit or not. We need to run that by somebody who can get the entire file, look through all of the decisions were made, and be able to spot red flags if there are any. So when you don't get access to that, it's really, really a huge impediment to your ability to put on a defense. So that's the system they have here, where the judge decides if you get the money or not. Do you think Judge Gold is going to give them money for transcripts just because? She's not. If they have to appeal, if we get a conviction and they have to appeal, then yes, absolutely, they will order the transcripts. But if that doesn't happen, then now it's just going to be whoever is willing to put the money up for it. Potentially something to crowdfund. We did that similar to what we did with the Delphi Heard unsealed documents. Those were not anywhere near as expensive as these transcripts are likely to be, but it is possible. It is a viable way to potentially make that happen. Julie Ruth. So if she gives the answer of inconclusive for every bullet during her training, is that a perfect score? Yeah, that's funny. That's a good question. If every person in these black box studies but two, gave the inconclusive answer, and one of them got two of them got the right answer, does that mean they have a 0% error rate? It does. Yeah, it does. that's the problem with this whole framing of the statistical analysis. And so I understand why there might be problems with including the inconclusive, but it really distorts the reliability of that statistic of what the analysts are able to do if you just don't consider 1/3 of the decisions that they're able to make. And in that particular instance, 98 of them were wrong. 2 of them were right. The inconclusives, they were wrong. So not a great system at all. The squid, grip strength and ability to control recoil affects handgun's ability to cycle correctly. Another test point probably not considered by the expert. Thank you for bringing this up. See, I'm not sexist. Grip strength, it really is a thing. And it really is a major difference between men and women. We already saw that. AKA radar. Yes, we already saw that one. Sorry. Humorous XY. Even if there's a guilty verdict, I predict we'll be back in court after the exclusion of third-party culprit evidence is appealed. Long process, though. Yeah, I mean, I'm very skeptical about a conviction holding up at this point. We're well past it just being the third-party culprit stuff. Like, we're getting well into cumulative error stuff. It's just issue after issue after issue after issue that they're not being allowed to present it. And the jury doesn't get to know it. That's the frustrating part. Like, if the jury knew there's all this stuff they want to show you and they can't, do you think that would affect their decision making? It probably would, yeah. Now, in fairness, I don't actually want that to be the rule, because most of the time it's the defense getting stuff excluded because, the police messed up, police violated somebody's rights, whatever. And so you don't really, it would kind of defeat the whole purpose of having that rule if the jury gets to know that stuff existed in the first place. So I don't really want that rule, but it's just on an abstract level. How frustrating is it that there's all of this information that could potentially be helpful for their decision, and they're not going to get to hear it. And it is a very long process. And Mr. Allen remains in prison during that time. They continue to get their pound of flesh. He continues to be punished. Claude Simeon, love your commentary. So glad for nightly streams. Yeah, this has been fun. Nightly streams are a lot for me. If you're new to my channel, I tend to be a pretty intermittent streamer. It's just when I have something going on, I don't want to just try to hunt things down to have a stream to talk about. I try to talk about things that capture me. And not everything does. And sometimes it takes a while. So this case has captured me. So I'm all in. So we're getting the nightly streams and 6 nights a week. I mean, we'll be doing one tomorrow too after Saturday. So it's a little bit of a roller coaster sometimes, because after this is done, I'm probably going to take a bit of a break and you might not see me for a little bit. But there will be another one. There will be something else that comes up, and then we'll be back and we'll get back into these streams. Rochelle D. Andrea, can you align with someone living there and resubmit your motion under their name? Maybe. Maybe it's just it's not necessary. It's not necessary for me to be able to push the case forward. It's not necessary. Like, there's not a standing issue. It's not that I'm not a resident of Delphi or a resident of Indiana, and therefore I'm not entitled to this stuff. She just has an interpretation of the rules and what it requires them to provide, period. And as I've said, I think she's very mistaken. She's relying on a civil rule that she's applying to a criminal case. The criminal case has its own rule that doesn't have the restriction that she's calling out. And so the criminal rule, in conjunction with the public records rules, make it pretty clear to me that we're entitled to it. So The public is not just limited to Indiana. The public is anybody. I count as a member of the public, so I'm not real concerned about that from that perspective. I think we'll be fine to move forward, regardless of me not being from Indiana. Catastrophe, no stress. It is there at your disposal. Well, thank you. I'm definitely not stressing. I'm just looking forward to it. I've been wanting to get this information about that evidentiary hearing for quite some time. So I just didn't know where it was. Now you folks have let me know, and I'm eager. I wish we had more hours in the day. There's so much I'd like to get done, so many things I'd like to review. I'd love to be going down into the deep depths of these, Sig Sauer forums, and, figuring out some of the ins and outs of these questions that I have. And like, is this legit? Like, surely I haven't thought of something that the firearm examiner didn't consider, or did she just think she could sneak it by us? I don't know. But that whole conclusion about the chamber face just seems very, very weird to me. All right, guys. Well, I can actually tell you tomorrow we're getting the DNA analyst. We know that because Mr. McLeland mentioned that at one point in coming back from the recess. Judge Gold was questioning, like, are we going to have anybody else today? Is this going to be our only witness? Are you going to be done? Like, just that kind of timekeeping sort of questioning. And Mr. McLellan indicated that she was under the impression the DNA analyst was supposed to come today. He said, no, it's actually tomorrow. So we already know what we're getting. We're going to get some DNA stuff. I am going to be interested in that for sure, because I want to know if they found anything. Did they find anything? Any man's DNA? I would love to know that. Emmy, thanks, Andrea. Well, you're very welcome. Thank you guys for joining me. This has been an awesome one. It's been fun. Even though, like I said, we didn't do the real in-depth, like line by line review of today's testimony. I don't think you would have enjoyed that, honestly. I did still, take those line by line notes. We went through not quite. Just a little bit over half, not quite, maybe 2/3. We went through about 2/3 of a notepad. So, yeah, continuing to stay about our same rate. A little bit of a lighter day today. Tried to do some drawings and stuff, but boy, they're just not very good. I'll show you some of the things I was trying to do here. I was hoping, might be able to share it. Like my best one, I think, is my little drawing of the head stamp there with the markings on it. But just little trying to copy what I'm seeing on the pictures and stuff. But I am unfortunately a terrible artist, so didn't get very far with that. But lighter day because we did spend a lot of time just kind of looking at images and stuff like that. So that's bringing us to a total of where are we at? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But there was about half of one. So it's about 7. This is getting us to not quite 8. In the ballpark of 8 notepads. For 10 days of trial. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. All right, guys. I am going to go crash and get ready for the final day of court before Sleep In Sunday. My plan for Saturday, guys, tomorrow, I am planning to just stream again at the same time at 7 o'clock. It's very easy for me to have it at a consistent time. And I would like maybe to have the chance to enjoy a little bit of the afternoon, kind of get to look around some of the area. I mentioned yesterday I got to walk down to the canal there in Delphi, and really enjoyed that. I was sitting next to about like several relatively local people today, some folks from Monticello and nearby areas. They were telling me about a trail in Logansport that they recommended that I check out. So I would like to do that. I'd like to look around Logansport a little bit more. Yeah, just do some stuff. If we get some sunshine during the afternoon, like we have been getting, I think that'd be good for the soul. Good for the soul. Then have our awesome stream, and then I can enjoy my sleep in Sunday. Really looking forward to that. So that's the plan, guys. I will be there. Fingers crossed. Should be okay. Should be okay getting in. So far, things have been great. So I expect to be there for the DNA analyst, and then I'll be joining you guys tomorrow night at 7, giving us the recap, and we'll see where we're at this point. So thank you all for joining me. Thank you for enjoying the conversation with Ian. That was so fun. I really loved it, and all of your support, as always, all of your chats, all of your moral support, just being here, sharing your concern about justice. Um, really is something that I appreciate, having good values around me, even if we disagree about what the facts of this actual case are, what the conclusion is. I still appreciate that we have the same approach to what matters when it comes to getting justice in the case. I've seen a few comments that I really appreciate, actually, seeing things like, I could not agree with Andrea more, but I just love her recaps. Like, that's one of the awesomest things I think you could actually say to me. So I'm glad that we have that going on, and hope to keep it going. That's my goal. So thanks again, you guys. I will see you all tomorrow night.